the stereotype and the people who see the stereotype.
Yeah. No, it is what it do be. But
Man,
yeah,
I
no,
gotta say,
it's just...
I had some boy, there were some special things that happened at work.
Oh yeah.
So, our well, you know what? It doesn't matter if we're live because I'm not going to use real names and nobody knows where I work.
We are in fact live, however.
Just
Excellent.
now.
Cool. So, apparently, between the Pickers and the Packers, we regressed to high school.
Oh God.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
look,
I know.
I'm just gonna be real
Yeah.
here. The super majority of humans never leave high school.
High school. Yeah.
A minority of just so you don't think like, oh well, at least 40% of humanity leaves high school. No. 60%
No.
never left
Yeah.
high school. I would say a good 30% never made it to high school.
Yep.
But anyway, continue.
That's depressing.
I don't want to agree with Sneaky, but I kind of have to.
Yeah. And as someone who works in a warehouse and who has been a team leader, I can see where he's coming from exactly.
I think the only thing in favor of society is that of that percentage, they're still roughly the same percentage of how they may have been in high school. So you got the apathetic, you've got a few kind, you've got the outright dickwads that
I'm not saying that people not leaving high school is bad. I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, they still do their jobs, they still contribute and function normally. It's just, if you're expecting a higher brow thought, you shouldn't.
Yeah.
But anyway, Atten, you were saying.
So,
Pickers and Packers.
The first we learned about this is when one of the older Packers storms into my manager's office and says, "If you've got something to say to me, say it to my fucking face," and slams his office door.
Open or shut?
Ooh.
Shut.
Locking him inside or just fucking say it to my face, leaves, throws temper tantrum?
No. Fucking say it to my face, slams door closed with them inside.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
Some stuff continues. We can't hear everything now. At some point, I hear, "I don't want my name in your mouth if I'm not around." To which I hear my manager clap back with, "I will talk about you when you're not around. I'm your manager."
Fair?
Yeah. I'm so. See, I was going into this with the assumption that the person who is now currently shouting at the manager is like the Packer manager or some, equivalent or adjacent
employee.
Position. Random fucking employee. Okay, so someone never got out of middle school.
It's back and forth continues. That employee leaves. All of us are kind of right. All the people in the cubicles kind of like pop up like groundhogs. Like we're all just kind of looking at each other like, "What?"
We all heard that, right?
Fuck? We're like, we all just heard that, right? Turns out, one of the pickers out there was saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I heard you're getting fired." They were saying it to other employees. Someone out there was stirring some shit.
That's how the person stirring shit gets fucking fired.
That's amazing.
There's been a series of conversations that happened today. The employee that marched in and slammed the doors got in a verbal. We don't know what's happening with the other two yet. Because I want to be clear, after that first employee left, a second Packer came in and was like, "Hey, what's going on, man?" Like they weren't yelling, but they were confrontational. is what I'll say. Nowhere near as bad as employee 1, but they were
Yeah, I mean,
definitely confrontational.
guaranteed great reaction to, hey, I heard you're being fired is, oh, I'm being fired. Well, time to go fucking just scream at the manager on nothing more than a possible rumor. Yeah, that'll definitely make sure I'm not fired.
That'll improve my chances of remaining employed.
You know, the proper response is to call them and walk in and say, "Hey, am I getting fired?"
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
who said that?
Hey,
Oh,
boss, can I talk to you
X
for a
said it.
second? Closed door. Yeah, am I getting fired?
Yeah.
No? Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah, some guy's telling everyone you're being fired.
Yeah, so some guy's stirring shit out there.
That's all you gotta fucking do. Like, holy shit.
I'm gonna go back to work now.
Yeah. Right.
We went from a quick 5-minute conversation to now a verbal warning with HR, because of course it has to be a verbal with HR.
It's not quite on the same level, but it sure is as funny as getting yourself 3 felonies for stealing $2 of soda.
Right? Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I remember that
God,
one. That was funny as fuck, yeah.
But yeah, and I'm just like, the thing that baffles me about this is there's one female picker and one female packer. Neither of them were involved in this high school bullshit.
Okay.
It was just, it was...
Well, yeah, that's because it's just one woman. The only time one woman is ever...
Two.
Sorry. Well, yes, but okay, you're right. But they're separate clans.
Yeah. I mean, our pickers and packers are like, they are in this... It's not like there's a vast gulf of separation. There's like a 5 feet of separation kind of thing.
That's what you think.
Yeah, fair. Fair enough. I'll concede that I don't know all about the group dynamics, but in a physical, literal sense. But yeah, no, it was the 26-year-old guy. It was the I don't know, 20 other something year old guy, and this was also the coworker that I definitely can't share what they did with chat, but for those of you who know, he's the one who sent the boat video.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, wait, you said he's 20. Oh, 20. Oh, okay.
No. This is the old guy.
Oh, okay.
The old guy's the one who sent the boat video.
Right, okay.
He's the one who stormed into the office.
That explains so much now.
The arrogance. Yeah, the arrogance. The sheer arrogance.
Yeah.
Oh.
That explains it, yeah.
It's just, like, we're all just sitting here like, what is happening?
What is going on out there?
And
you need that cat in overalls peering over the snowbank. What are they doing over there?
What the dog doing?
Yeah. And to make it like the 26-year-old seems to be attempting to speed run unemployment, because I heard them say to one of our employees out there who is not white. I don't know which employee they were talking to, but they said it's not a stereotype if you're living up to it.
Dan, that sounds like shit out of my stepmother's mouth.
Which I want to be clear is not necessarily an untrue statement.
No,
but
he's
when
not.
You're the guy who was identified as the shit stirrer yesterday.
Ooh, yeah, there's also that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's look, saying it's not true. It's not a stereotype if it's true. While true, typically the people you're saying that to, if they're proving a stereotype, probably shouldn't be saying that to them. Because you're about to find out that free speech does not mean freedom from physical consequences. Yeah. But, yeah, no, that's some grade A stupid.
God damn it, Infant.
But yeah, apparently Killionaire is in a similar situation and is working his dead-end job. One of the women managers decided that he was not respecting her authority when he informed her that with his experience doing the job he has been doing, that the thing he was being asked to do by her isn't how the program worked.
So he was following process, she threatened to fire him, and if she went through with it, that would have been an unfair termination lawsuit for the company.
Well, see, no, it gets dumber. So she threatens to fire him in front of the manager, the real manager.
Oh god.
And the real manager does nothing but just sit there and agree with her, nod along. Doesn't say anything, but just nods along. And then she threatens more bullshit of like she's like trying to I think we decided it was a constructive dismissal of basically she was trying to reconstruct the story of how it happened to put him in a bad light so they have justification to fire him.
Okay. So
no, they don't.
Do they not understand the difference
was.
between disrespecting authority versus threatening authority?
Well, they're women, so it's the same
different.
thing.
No, Sneaky, that's...
I mean...
I'm gonna say you're wrong, Sneaky. That's just because
I'm gonna say we'll agree to disagree.
That's just... This isn't even that. This is just behavior. This is behavior from room temp IQ individuals who had a taste of power and thought, I can get even more.
Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair.
Okay,
I'll concede that. Yeah,
I gotta agree with Max on that because I've seen this personally happen with male leaders and managers as well. That did not last long.
Yeah, but typically, yeah, I was about to say the men typically don't get to keep the position afterwards.
Probably not. Yeah, you know, not with today's first world societies currently. Yeah, I can agree with that.
I still remember one that thought that he had the backing of all the higher ups when they would just see and watch him as a leader sit at his desk watching a racehorse that he owns race, and he thought they'd all back him for
you know, Millionaire, it sounds like what you need is good old America OSHA, because in that situation you look at them and say, boss, I'm more scared of OSHA than I am of you. I don't have.
Well, unfortunately, he's Canadian, so
he
actually has. Yeah, well, no. To be fair, though, this is actually a part where Canada does good. They actually have laws around constructive dismissal.
Yeah, because like in America, the situation I'm getting from this quote he had here is literally like, boss, OSHA won't let me do that. I'm going to report you if you keep pushing this.
Oh no, his software literally won't work. No, it's not like It's not a physical thing. It was a software thing. Like the software doesn't work like that.
Like my old job software would literally stop your order when it thought your pallet was full or over a certain weight limit, even if it wasn't.
It was physical. Wait, so you're physically loading the items? I thought you said you were at a desk.
Was no desk.
No desk.
Like a packing station.
I thought Killionaire was a warehouse worker.
Packing station?
No, he's a fucking supermarket clerk or some bullshit, ain't it?
Grocery.
Grocery. Sorry, I put you up there.
Oh, are you one of those people that go around and shop for other people?
Or stalking the... actually, physically grabbing shit off the shelf.
Yeah. Online orders that they go and pick up. You grab them.
I'm so sorry you had to put up with that.
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm gonna be honest. I could do it, but I would go insane because I'd just be like, I'd be going up and down. It would be like going into the fucking back rooms for me as a job every day. I was like, I'm going up and down the same aisles endlessly, screaming internally.
I would have choice paralysis on the very first time I had to choose a replacement item because the one they wanted was out of stock.
Oh, I would just choose the most dog shit one possible.
true.
I carried that department during COVID. Yeah, true.
Yeah, I can bet.
I just
It's still crazy. That's still
I
crazy
would
time to me by the
digitally
way
order
during all
shit a
that.
lot more, but it's just for whatever reason, like even like I understand sort of like Costco where they kind of have like a rotating inventory. Each building has like different inventory, and you never really know what's gonna be at the Costco until you get there. Because sure, they have like some staples, but like a lot of their inventory is just like, well, we had a lot of it, and then sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 40% will always be there, and
Yeah.
60% is stuff that
So
rotates
like I
out
can sort of
oftentimes on
get
seasonal
that,
things.
but like places like fucking Acme or Aldi's or these other ShopRite, these other really massive supermarket companies, like they have the same thing all the time and maybe 10% of their inventory rotates.
Yeah.
And I don't know why that 90% can't be put on fucking line properly. Like, if I go right now and search up my local ShopRite and I go and see what they have on their online ordering menu, it's got like 30% of what's actually in the store.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, why? Oh, yeah, and that's the other reason why I don't
What?
fucking order digitally.
Why?
People are retarded. It is baffling to see some of these fucking packing jobs of just like, yeah, fruit and vegetables under heavy items,
Oh
overloaded
my god.
bins, all sorts of shit. Like the bag can't be lifted normally.
I worked at a grocery store for all of like 3 weeks before a combination of them not understanding
Same.
what a class schedule was and the way they treated me when a friend died.
Mm.
And I got the hell out of there. But come on, like boxes on the bottom.
Yeah,
You put the boxes on the bottom, then you put anything solid on top of that, and then anything that can be bruised, dented, smushed, crushed, chips, fruit, veggies, bread. That's what goes on the top.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
yeah,
difficult.
It's a stacking form of solids where like chips are the highest one because you can stack chips on top of bread and neither will be damaged.
Yeah.
And you know, bread goes on top of fruits because the bread won't dent the fruits, and the fruits go on top of the boxes.
Mm-hmm. With potentially like rectangular like meats and stuff on the bottom to make a base as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Or like the frozen shit first and then the meats to keep it cold.
Unfortunately, it's starting to sound, since we all seem to grasp these concepts, it's starting to sound a lot like room temperature IQ isn't high enough to perform this job.
No. It could also just be the mass autism in this group chat.
I mean, which is kind of paired with intelligence, but I mean, I would think that you know, anyone who was of higher than room temperature IQ would be able to piece together that you don't put heavy square objects on top of chips.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, those go on the bread, obviously.
Yeah,
it's funny you say that because
obviously I should put a bag of
7
chips
a.m.
at the bottom and throw a thing of apples right next to them.
Just fucking spike the apples into the bag.
Guys, it's actually funny you say that because this morning I went to the shop at 7 a.m. when no one's there like I usually do, and there was one other person. They put chips and bread first and then put a whole fucking bag of potatoes on top of them.
Were they just staring you in the eye as they did it?
No, I was just watching to the side and I was like side-eyeing them while they were still scanning more shit, and I was like, what the hell is this person thinking?
Like I said, dude, man, some people are fucking stupid. I mean,
Yeah.
Elaine was telling horror stories about his time when he worked as a janitor at a hospital. And, like, he was telling us about how, with some of the new employees, he would have to repeatedly explain to stop throwing the dirty shit and piss soaked rags on top of the clean
Right.
sheets.
Oh my god, really?
I remember that I remember him complaining about that in the SDM.
Or how they would keep breaking and causing a biohazard event to occur because they would keep letting the piss and shit rags just like lay on top of the normal dirty washer. So like just, normal clothes that aren't biohazards would go into this washer, and there's a special biohazard washer, and they would just pile all of the rags in the same spot, regardless of if they're a biohazard or not, because they were too stupid to understand that piss and shit is like has to be handled differently. Because in their culture it isn't.
Why is it not?
Because their culture comes from an area that doesn't understand that. They never quite grasped that one yet, yeah. But, I was right, the shit didn't fit in the cart, yeah.
Yeah, it's so interesting how people say, "Oh, but the program knows what it's doing," or "Oh, the architect knows what they're doing. Just follow their plans." Like, no, they don't know what they're doing, and I know they don't know what they're doing because they aren't physically inspecting the shit they're making this stuff for.
But, yeah, no, it's the algorithm will tell us if it fits in the cart. No, it won't. Look, as the IT guy for dozens of ERP programs at this point, no, it fucking doesn't. It never fucking does.
The algorithm will tell us if it's obsolete or not. No, it won't.
No, it fucking
I'm willing to bet all the algorithm does is estimate.
Oh, it's all estimates.
Shit,
oh,
because
yeah,
because the manufacturer's like, it should be this, but it might not be this.
Well, more often than not, it just goes off of default standards. So, like, if you put in steak, it just assumes that the steak that the person purchased is like a pound, and then it has like a fucking. So all of these fucking algorithms, air quotes, they just work off of either Excel sheets or Microsoft Access databases, which are just fancy Excel sheets.
Yeah, I would say an Access database is just an even better spreadsheet.
Yeah,
I'm aware.
And it's all just standardized bullshit, because making anything more than that costs a lot of fucking money. And so it's like, oh, pound of steak, well, it's going to be these dimensions. It's like, well, no, that's not. It was a thicker cut with a bone in, and there was a higher, but doesn't matter. Steak, and everything that is meat that is steak is just put into one fucking entry of this is how big it is, even regardless of, any of it.
I'm aware. You deal with it in construction. Like I said, I was shit talking architects a moment ago. That's why, because you're not getting eyes on to measure the shit you're writing this stuff out for. You're just going off of guesstimates that you made yourself. It's like, no, that's not how that works. We just got a blueprint. We got a second set of a blueprint. Brand new. My dad's like, something seems off with this. Hey, can you take this and just compare the two prints? And the top half was completely different because what was in the building
Amazing.
were completely different measurements from what they thought was in the building. So someone else went in, got eyes on, told the architect, hey, you're off by a lot. Here's the measurements of rooms and partitions you were missing. Because architects can't be fucks to go out in the field. I don't know if it's because that's how busy they are, or they're just lazy fuckwits who want a cushy office job.
The second one.
Either way, it makes things difficult for the people who have to look at the blueprint and make, like, I don't actually have much respect for architects. I have a lot of respect for the engineers who make their shit work.
Oh
Like,
my god, it wasn't.
congratulations, you made the weird upside down pyramid. I have more respect for the group of fellas and probably 2 or 3 ladies that made it work and not fall on itself because physics doesn't work that way, you jackass.
It's the eternal three-way war, as I've been told. It's the construction workers versus the architects and engineers, the engineers versus the construction workers and architects, and the architects versus the engineers and construction workers.
Don't forget about the architects versus the architects as well when they argue against each other.
Well, we don't care about
Oh
that.
man, architects versus architects is not something you want to get in the middle of, brother.
Exactly. And so it's like the architects come up with the plan, the engineers make it work, but the construction workers are actually the ones putting it into place. And Lou was bitching about this on the other server a long while back of like, yeah, so we got the blueprints here, and they want me to run this pipe through this small shaft, but they also want us to put HVAC into the shaft, and they want a power cord, you know, a main power line, power bus, I think it's called.
And let me
run through the
guess,
shaft as well.
to top it off, the shaft is 4 inches and the pipe is 6.
No. The best part is technically all of it fit. But the problem is the engineer didn't account for the fact that you have to put your fucking hands in there to put it in.
I was gonna say, I'm like, I know there's a rub in there somewhere. It's like,
so how do you want us to install it?
The amount of times I have heard my father on the phone saying, just cut a hole in the wall.
We cannot cut it. The wall must not be damaged in any way, just like the cylinder.
The cylinder cannot be damaged.
The cylinder cannot be damaged. My personal favorite, though, is when everything should fit on paper, but something is just a teensy-weensy, slightly bit larger than its measurements actually say, and everything goes to shit.
Yeah. Oh god, the fucking engineers who think they're hot shit for fitting everything. If you couldn't tell, I'm putting fitting everything into fucking air quotes.
Oh, the engineers at my company. The fucks.
It's just like, hey, have you ever heard of tolerance ranges? Have you told the machinist that you have one?
No.
Oh god, yeah, no, it's just like things that people don't think about because it's not technically part of their job, even though it is technically part of their job, but it's not technically part of their job. It's that nice little Venn diagram of technically but not. Where it's like, yeah, technically the engineers usually aren't installing the blueprints that they fixed. They still should know better, but you know, they're not there doing it most of the time. They have other people doing it, and they're not taking into consideration things like what happens when the plumber gets there first and he drops pipe into the area that needed the power cables run first to technically fit all of the things that you wanted to fit into this small chute. Well, either you have the option of removing all of that pipe and destroying all of it to get it out, or you start getting creative. And that's where half of OSHA exists.
Things you see as an engineer.
Well, we can't cut it down because that's $15,000. So we're gonna need to get creative.
Oh, there was some horror stories back at EB.
I'm sure. The best engineer is one that gets off their ass and goes on site. Yeah, of course. Yeah, obviously. But, you know, not all of them want to do that.
Yes.
My great aunt was an architect, but she's not because she's bipolar.
No, she's bipolar.
I don't think that's is bipolarism one of those things you can develop? I thought that was kind of one of those things you kind of always just had.
I want to say it is
It is.
possible to develop
Okay.
as you go older,
I believe it.
but it's largely mental deterioration, I want to say.
I believe it. Yeah, sure. Time to do some sketchy shit. Hope I get away with it. Yeah.
Every construction of new housing.
Well, yes, and because well, A, they don't hope they get away with it. They know they will get away with it. But B, the new housing is less, oh, we're going to do some sketchy shit to make this work. And more, we're going to do some sketchy shit because we just want to spend less money and we don't care what happens because we're not legally held responsible if the house breaks after a year. It's like, okay.
Remember, the house
great,
just has to make it through a year.
Yeah.
And then it's not our problem. Shitty wood, not my problem.
Yeah, but it's getting to the point where it's not even lasting a year.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, that's as I had to explain to my little sister, this is what happens when you add exemptions into rules so you don't have to enforce those rules. It turns out that people, instead of going, oh, well, thank God there's an exemption there, we have some wiggle room, go, no, quick, exploit the exemption. Because it turns out that people who need the exemption are the same sorts of people who will exploit any exemption given to them. Because they think, oh, that's just the new rule. That means I can push it that much farther. It's like, no. This was there to give you a buffer, to help you, not so you can be more of a shit stain on society.
Yeah.
Okay, what have I come back to? I missed the last 3 minutes taking care of a
construction exemptions
for something. Oh.
We were talking about how a lot of new build houses are falling apart in a year because that's the legal limit on where a builder is held responsible for the house falling apart. And how the people who got that exemption were the ones that... Yeah, exactly, Toaster. And the people who got that exemption were the same people who caused the exemption to be put in place in the first place because, oh my god, if we didn't add this exemption, we would have to prosecute 50,000 people. Yeah.
Maybe you should prosecute them.
So prosecute them.
I mean, counterpoint. Let's make it a show. Funded by the government. It'll make its money back. You'll get all of them prosecuted, get extra money out of them, or at least garnish their wages. And people get to laugh at these idiots and never hire them. Ever.
Oh, absolutely. You know what? That's what I'm saying. I actually think
so many birds with one stone.
Oh, pretty much. Aside from extremely personal trials, I think almost every trial should be live streamed. Like you should.
I'd say pretty much
24/7.
every civil trial.
Oh, every civil trial, absolutely. But I'm talking more about like the trials that shouldn't be live streamed are like a very private, you know, like just private stuff, I guess, effectively, of just
Like, look, I don't want a trial live streamed. I don't want the grape trial live streamed.
I mean, I kind of do.
But like
I think the ones where children have to testify are ones that should not be live streamed.
Yeah. I think if children are genuinely involved in a way where they are not the perpetrator, I think any trial with a victim in it that has a child, I would say probably don't stream that one. But at the same time, everyone should there should be a public posting. There should be an easily accessible public posting of all trials. No, you shouldn't have to wait for like a judge to give a dissertation and then for the local government to place it online for public viewing. Like, it should just be, no, I want to know who's on trial for what. I want to know when and where and why, what they're doing, what's going on in the courtroom. I want digital, because like that was part of the system back in the day of having the audience in the courtroom, was in part to keep everyone honest, because obviously if lawyers start doing sketchy shit or judges start doing sketchy shit, you have 60 local townspeople going like, hey, hold on, Judge Crony, you can't be doing that. And then you're held account by the people of your local town. But we've moved past that. The townships are expanding. How much duties the judges are doing are expanding. And, we have not updated with the times because most of these judges were born back in the Jurassic period when Sign was.
I didn't know Crony of Hololive EN was a judge.
You know what?
She is the warden of time, so technically speaking, yes.
You know what? I would
man.
pay. I'd pay for that. I'd pay for those trials to be live streamed.
What?
Well, we already had her streaming about crypto, so fuck it.
Oh no, I'm just saying because I don't think she would do a good job. I think she would be. Listen, I think it would be like a Judge Judy kind of thing. Incidentally, like that's the kind of thing where Judge Judy's a great example of why settlements shouldn't be allowed. Because like a big thing with people getting away with shit is settlement. Because the glorious thing about a settlement is
it doesn't make it a trial.
You can pay people to go away.
Yeah.
And
that's what I'm saying.
It's
That's why I think all of that needs to be live streamed so people can see, because like that's what I'm saying, like the judge's dissertation only comes at the end of an actual trial, and if the trial ends by settlement, then you don't get a judge dissertation, the case doesn't get posted to the local government website, like you don't get a resolution to it in a way that people are easily able to find. Like sure, it'll be noted on the case, and if you make a FOIA request and you follow up with the right people and fill out the right paperwork, sure, you can pull the settlement. You can pull the case.
Not always.
No, not always. Exactly. There we go.
I would say there's plenty of times when you can't, especially if it's a civil matter. Like because they won't disclose what the settlement amounts were or who settled with for what. And again, one of the big things is this settlement. Hello, I am the Nestle Corporation. It is a known fact that I stole however many billions of gallons of water from California.
Oh, it's like 130 billion.
Right? And I want to be clear, that is a proven fact. That is not slander. That is not a lie. That is a proven fact. That is something that I believe the Nestle Corporation admitted, yeah, you got us.
Yeah, something around that, yeah.
What's this?
This was out in California. I don't quite remember where, but...
it was the reservoir, the one that feeds into LA.
Yeah.
Oh, that one, yeah.
But, yeah, remember...
Nestle.
Remember how nothing actually came of that? Because they just...
paid it off, yeah.
Settled?
Yeah, I mean, it's total nonsense. It's complete fucking nonsense, and there needs to be more accountability held on all ends. We're entering an era where people can't just like show up now to a court case. They don't know where the court case is being held anymore. It's not being posted online. Like previously, back in the day, everyone knew when the judge was in town. Because it was like the one point in time a month that the judge actually came to town to rule on a bunch of cases, and that's when the jail would be emptied and they would see to all the cases.
Yeah.
And nowadays, we don't even know when a case is fucking happening. Half the time, the court's trying some sketchy shit where they're like, oh, well, we really want to prosecute this person and we want them to default because we don't want to hear arguments from them. So we're just going to keep changing. Because I remember this happened to, was it Louis Rossman, where they just kept changing the date of the court case, hoping that he wouldn't get the mail telling him that the court case had changed the date of, and that like they would change it to finally a date that he wasn't able to make an appearance at, and then they would be able to rule in default against him.
Yep.
It didn't work, but they tried.
That
because
seems horribly and wildly unethical.
Well, yeah, but the problem was it was Rossman versus the state of New York. So of course the New York court was on the side of the state of New York.
Mm.
You don't say.
Yes. What a shocker.
Yeah, right. And again, to be clear, because the judge only came around once a month, they didn't hold murderers in jail.
See, that I'm not a fan of. Like, that's the kind of thing where we have reached a point in time where we have the ability to safely secure people, and I do think it's important that we do
because we don't really. Because tons of murders happen in the prisons all the time. So we're not really safely securing anyone. We're just putting them in... We're just kind of feeding non-murderers to murderers.
No, that murderers do not go into low-security prison. As a general rule, they don't. Yes, I know they have been put in there.
Well, even in max security prisons, they still get yard time. They still get treated like they're human, and then they kill someone during that time period.
Yeah, because, and I want to be clear, for trial purposes, they're not a murderer yet.
Well, they wouldn't be in prison for murder if they were not proven to be a murderer.
I mean,
if you're on trial for murder...
we've had plenty of people where evidence has later come out that they were framed, or someone in the court made it up.
Absolutely. I mean, you're never going to get 100% of cases right. But how many people are you willing to let die to save the 1 out of 100 cases of people where we got it wrong?
I mean, if we're going to be callous about it, when we're storing the murderers with the murderers...
Oh yeah, I don't care then. I don't give a shit too much then. I'm just saying, you said we safely secure them. Which is a lie, because they're still murdering people.
They're more safely secured than they were previously. I'll amend that.
I mean, oh, okay, yeah.
No. I'm amending that statement because okay. I do not like the for-profit prison industry. I think it's a really bad idea. As technology has improved, incidences like those have gone down. I'm not saying it's zero. Right,
yeah.
But if you look at them as a general trend over time, those would go down. Now, do I think it would go down a hell of a lot faster if we did things like didn't make prisons for profit, which is therefore incentivized to have the absolute minimum thing you can to meet the necessary standards and to hire the lowest possible common denominator for those things?
I think the problem comes at the end of the day, with my opinion, when it comes to prisons, is that you're left with two shit sticks. You can either pick up the first shit stick, or you can pick up the second shit stick, and neither of them are good options. Because you have the for-profit prisons, which are incentivized to exploit prisoners, regardless of whatever crimes they committed, all the way from... multiple thefts to, baby rapist Hitler. And they all get exploited. So, I mean, it's just not good. I am against torture, and a lot of these prisons I would consider torture. I mean, fucking Atlanta, Georgia is actually famous for one of their prisons being so fucking awful. It's like a third world prison in terms of quality.
Yeah. And like,
and it's like I'm against that. I think if you're gonna put them in jail, they should be in a cell that's not filled with mold. They should be fed food that is for human consumption, and they should generally expect to not be fucking murdered. Generally, I mean, again, you're putting them into a prison full of people who commit crimes, so you never know when the thief decides he's gonna kill you today.
Yeah.
But generally, the expectation should be that I'm not going to die in this cell when I'm not being slated to be killed for whatever I did. I'm against torture. I'm against unusual and cruel punishments. I didn't think I need to say that, but here we are in this day and age.
I would say here we are in the age of React YouTube content.
Right, and it's kind of just like I'm against those things, but at the same time, I don't like the justice system as is. I don't think my taxes are being properly used to create, support, or maintain the government-run prisons that are already in place, because again, the problem comes down to it is that when you have a government that is corrupt and filled with retards, the lowest common denominator is what decides what happens in a government prison. And so if these people can't be held to account for their actions in the prison, I mean, this is super common no matter what position of the government it is. You fuck up in a government position, and if you've been working there long enough, you don't get fired. You just get moved to that position somewhere else. And it's like, excuse you? No, that's not how this is supposed to work.
But they're part of our faction. They work with us like that.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's just, I am non-consenting to the idea of my money being used to house certain types of people. No, not by skin color, by crimes. I personally don't think that if someone's been proven to be a serial baby rapist cannibal, that we should be feeding and housing him until he dies of natural causes. And by natural causes, I mean actual natural causes, like a heart attack or age, which is a heart attack, usually. I don't think we should be housing them. I don't think my tax dollars should be used to house baby rapist cannibal Hitler. I'm fine housing the horse thief. Yes, he stole a car. That's bad. He shouldn't have done that. We can probably help him.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, that is another thing that, that has to be worked on, specifically with a for-profit prison industry, is that those systems have no incentivization, right? The for-profit prison
to get them out of the prison system. Yeah, they want more prisoners.
Yeah.
They're not in any way incentivized to go, okay, this guy got caught with an ounce. We should prevent him from doing that again. No, it's incentivized to go, cool. Put him in the cell with, make sure he's in the block with the actual drug dealers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just, it's nonsense all around. Everyone's incentivized to do the worst thing possible. And it's just, the court system's totally fucked too. I mean, so I found this out. Did you know that men were not able to be raped legally by women until 2017 in the USA? Federally.
That doesn't surprise me.
It's disgusting, but it's not surprising.
Yeah.
But probably
and the only
not for
reason
the
why it
reason-
changed, was to satisfy progressives, because progressives wanted it, because the definition previously was penetrative sex on a female. And progressives were like, that's not a good enough definition, so they changed it to of any gender into any gender.
Yeah.
So
well,
the only reason why men were legally able to be raped was because we wanted to satisfy the 0.2% of the population that didn't think they were men or women. It's like, okay, wow, I'm so glad I can finally be legally raped now. It only took until 2017 for that to happen.
What I was going to say was, you've got to remember, that's a significant portion of that is an artifact of how society in general.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But that's sort of my point, though. It's just like there's tons of laws in the justice system that are completely ridiculous. There's tons of laws that are improperly enforced, poorly worded, misused. And so it's like, yeah, I get it when people are like, oh, we gotta fix the justice system. It's like, yeah, I agree. But your solution of let everyone out of prisons, abolish prisons, isn't the fucking solution either. You're just retarded. But,
I think we should reduce the amount of prisons, but increase the amount of mental asylums. And put people in them.
We do need to bring them back. It's like, there is tons of people. I mean, unfortunately, there's, on the other server, one of the members has a uncle who has schizophrenia. And he gets violent sometimes under these schizophrenic delusions. And he's attacked their family multiple times now. And he's a big guy, too, which, makes it harder. And no care home is willing to take him in because he's violent. And
yeah, that, like, even if you ignore the fact that it's not his fault, like, it places him at a massive risk.
Yeah, I would never tell someone, like, no, you have to take him in because he needs help. It's like, no.
First of all, that's what we used to have sanatoriums for.
Exactly. And I had to tell him, I was like, well, unfortunately, you're in the U.S. Unless your state has special, facilities for these people, your two solutions to your uncle's violence is either you kill him or you put him in prison. That's fucking shit. And, because progressives went insane over... I'm talking about progressives back in the day. The science progressives, the scientists who sat there and were like, no, we can fix everyone. Why aren't our fixes working? As they, jam electrical cables into people's brains and shock them repeatedly until they're, air quotes, better.
Oh, hey, Sneaky, don't forget my personal favorite. The ice pick to the brain.
Oh, well, I mean, yes. That did... Technically, that did fix them. Technically.
We're not...
They could no longer... Rich definition.
Yes.
They could no longer commit violence.
Yeah.
They could also no longer commit thought.
Yes.
Yeah, they weren't so concerned with that one, though.
Yeah. But, yeah, no, it's just like... Unfortunately, these people... They'll never accept it. They'll never accept it. They will never accept that you can't fix people. So that they'll never accept that some people, they're just broken. Something's wrong with them.
I am so happy Sign's not here right now after you said that sentence.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sign would make this so
and
much
that's it. At the end of the day, it's like, well, that's it's tough. Medications can only go so far. Behavior therapy can only go so far. unless you want to start doing some real fucked up shit that doesn't even guarantee it might even work, you just gotta deal with them for the rest of their life acting like that. And it's like, I would rather put them into a place where they will harm the minimal number of people possible. And I don't think a prison's a good place for that. I think a prison is where you put criminals, not people who are broken.
Prisons are for criminals, not people that are not dangers to society.
Well, they're dangerous to society, but in a different way. A criminal chooses to be a danger to society. That other person's uncle doesn't wake up being like, yes, today I'll have a schizophrenic delusion about crocodiles attacking me and how I have to kill them all. Like, they don't choose that. It just happens to them, and sometimes the medicine doesn't work because we don't know as much about the brain as we like to purport we do. And, if the options are kill them or put them in prison, both are pretty shit options. But, we had to get rid of the mental asylums because the leftists couldn't take it. They couldn't handle the idea that not everyone can be fixed. So they went insane with power.
I do think it's important to note that there were genuinely horrible things being done in a number of those places.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. They went and the scientists went insane with power. The
scientists. Okay, yeah. Sorry, yes. The scientists.
When I say the leftists, so progressives, it was always the leftists. Like, you look at any of these scientists that got named, they're not like staunch Christian reformists or anything. They're not sitting there being like, conservative. No, they were on the cutting edge of science in their minds. They're pushing the envelope.
Pushing the boundaries.
They're progressive.
Yes. The actual literal definition of a progressive.
Yeah, the progressives went insane with fucking power, and they felt, because no one checked up on them. They just kept requesting more funding.
And by the time they checked up on them, it was, I've walked into Little Shop of Horrors.
I'm almost sure the Little Shop of Horrors was based on some of this shit, but maybe it was the other way around.
Yes, that's my point.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just like they went insane with power and they did crazy, inhumane shit. And it's just like, we could have just left them there. We could have just put them there and lived with the fact that we didn't have an answer. I'm okay searching for answers until you start putting living people onto a metal slab and poking their brain and saying, does that hurt? Do you feel better yet?
Yeah.
Again, I'm against torture. Didn't know that needed to be said until I started searching more in politics. Apparently, a lot of people are okay with torture.
But yeah, I mean, the whole thing is like, and right, there's a fine line between experiments that might help someone and torture, and that takes a lot of money and a lot of oversight. Now,
well, you don't even need that much oversight, but more of it's just like, okay, so we have a new medicine and we want to test it. We got like these 20 people that are eligible for the thing. We're going to ask their relatives, hey, are you okay with us testing this medicine? No. Okay, we'll move on to the people that said yes. You test the medicine. All right, did it work? Didn't it work? Okay. Then you move on. That didn't need a lot of oversight, just basic fucking courtesy.
That's a lot of
we don't
oversight.
have that.
Apparently basic fucking courtesy. I mean, look, I give Sign a lot of shit about common sense, man, but I do understand where he comes from with it sometimes. Of just like, yes, there's a lot of fucking stupid people out there. Unfortunately, there's a lot of fucking stupid people writing out there. And yes, there's a lot of fanfics and there's a lot of published stories where the characters proceed to do the dumbest shit in existence, and you're sitting there absolutely flabbergasted going, why the fuck did you think that was a good plan? How did you get there? I get it. Sign's not right about his solution, but I get it.
I don't even know if I want to know what his solution was.
His solution is common sense, man. I make fun of him for it very frequently, where basically every single character that Sign writes is common sense, man. Captain Common Sense.
And no one else has common sense. Yeah.
To be clear, it's not common sense. It is Sign common sense.
Yes, it's Sign sense.
Obviously, hey, I need to do C instead of X here.
And everyone else needs to have explained why they should do C instead of X. By the way, did you know it's common sense that everyone can make homemade incendiaries and bomb and explosives?
It sounds like Sign should be a adventure game developer. Probably fit him too.
If I want to know what that adventure game looks like.
It looks like
you'd find it on certain websites.
But yeah, and so it's like I get it, you know, and he's not always wrong either about his opinions on.
I mean, he writes in Worm. It's hard to be wrong in that. So when it comes to common sense.
Yeah, I'm aware. But yeah, he's not always wrong, but there is very often where he'll say something that's like, oh, well, obviously, and it's like, no, Sign, that is not common sense. That is you being smarter than the average bear, putting something together and calling it common sense. You are doing the retard thing of, I am an expert in cardiovascular health, but because I'm a doctor, that means I know medical things. So now I'm going to proceed to tell you about leg tendons. Or now I'm going to proceed to tell you about the tensile strength of steel and how that works. Because I'm a doctor, I know things.
Well, I was going to say, I would expect a cardiovascular surgeon to have at least a basic knowledge of leg tendons, not the tensile strength of steel.
Right, but that's the kind of nature of how that slippery slope occurs, is they kind of take a step a little bit outside of their niche, but they're still inside their field usually, and so they're still getting generally the medical facts correctly, but then they just take larger and larger steps outside of their field to the point where you have a guy who's recently tried to run for Senate, I think it was in Michigan, who was going around and calling himself a doctor and giving medical advice, when in reality he only has a PhD in construction engineering or some bullshit.
Oh, well, okay, so yeah, we have rules and laws for that. It's not legal to impersonate doctors, medical professionals.
Yeah, but he's like, but I'm a doctor, and the response was, yes, but you're not a medical doctor.
Mm.
And that's what I'm saying, though. It's just like, there's a lot of people out there that think, I've explained this before. I don't think I've actually said this on the podcast before, but I've explained it before in various places, of basically my theory of people. Sneaky's theory of people is everyone gets born with a certain number of skill points. And the people with low skill points can become specialists in a field where they wouldn't be able to make it. But because they put all of their points into that one singular field, they're able to make par. But because they were low skill point individuals, they then believe that due to their capacity inside of that one singular field, suddenly that means they have that same capacity in other fields. but they're out of skill points. But my problem is that doctors are all-encompassing wise men. Yes, people conflate that doctors are all-encompassing wise men rather than hyper-specialized persons that they really are. Well, yeah, it's because and doctors will pretty much always actively contribute to that cultural milestone, cultural cornerstone, because they like the ego boost that it brings them. That people consider them these like mystical experts on unknowable subjects.
This is why instead of doctor, we should go back to calling people healers. Healer Johnson.
You don't want to sit in your office all day and then suddenly hear like, "Oh, sir, I need your help on something," and then you just perk up from your chair after taking off your eyeglasses. Feel special as a specialist.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is like, and it's not just medical. It's also IT shit. I mean, half of us are IT here, and it's never fucking ending with IT shit. Where it's like, I get clients all the time being like, "Well, why can't you help me with this thing?" I'm like, because I've never even heard of the software, but you're IT. It's like, yeah, just because I, fucking fix computers and reset passwords and I know what a domain is, doesn't mean I suddenly know about your niche ERP system. Like,
and then, of course, turns out you do know it somehow.
Well, I mean, yes and...
Unfortunately for you, they're Jujutsu Kaisen fans, and they don't want that kind of domain. They want you to somehow do a domain expansion.
Indeed. Yesn't is basically what it comes down to, because ultimately, at the end of the day, software operates off of the similar principles no matter what kind of software it is. And once you can understand how they programmed it, you can generally understand where they're going to put things like preferences and settings and how it's going to work, and generally. And now there's some ERP programs out there that have just been fucking nonsense with how they've operated. Like, yeah, for this program, the settings is actually a separate app. It's like, I'm sorry, why are the settings a separate fucking app? Why couldn't they put the settings in the same fucking app? That makes no goddamn sense. They're like, oh, well, you can only change the settings when you're in the login window. It's like, huh? Why?
All this conversation and that previous conversation
because we hate you.
Of...
That's why.
I was gonna say that. Just reminding me of that one like Men in Black scene. Just because you see a man in a car doesn't mean he stole it. All right, so I stole that one. It's like, just because I'm an engineer doesn't mean I know how everything works. Okay, I know how this works. Doesn't mean I know everything works.
No, you're leaving out an important part of the quote. Just because you see a black man in a nice car does not mean that it's stolen. Now, I did steal this one, but you shouldn't be assuming that.
That's true.
Which I do want to point out, that is probably one of the funniest lines I'd heard in a minute. I was like, ooh.
It's really funny seeing people say like, "Oh, Men in Black 3 wasn't that good." Like,
the fucking was it Being Mugged in 2018 or whatever that little skit was, where it was a black guy mugging a Mexican.
A Mexican? Yep, I remember that one.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I bet you're illegal. Well, technically I am, but no.
Bet you know where to get good tacos. Hey, fuck you, but yeah, it's over just around the corner.
Yes, I do. It's over that shit. Yeah. It's like, I bet you're just mugging me for child support. Man, that's racist. I mean, yeah, I am behind on child support, but...
Why don't you... What are you going to go do after this? Go play some basketball and eat some fried chicken?
I could
you,
go for some fried chicken. That was a great skit. He has a good grasp of general knowledge, but plenty of shit isn't in his wheelhouse. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, sure, by becoming hyper-specialized, you do pick up the steps below it. And if you're able to, like, I have been able to explain computer shit to car people by putting it in relation to cars. Because, I mean, they're both machines. Ultimately, at the end of the day, they run off of similar principles. And it works for people too. Converting people into car explanations also works because, again, people are just biomachines. Now, obviously, not everything is able to be universally converted or applied, but you can get the general gist of it. But you have to first recognize that you don't know something before you're able to understand the thing that you don't know. Because if you enter into the situation thinking you know everything about it, you're not going to learn anything. There's life advice for you.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Toaster, what the fuck?
I assume that Sneaky has died.
That seems like a very...
No, I was watching the fucking video that he sent, that Gray sent me.
He came from
I
the
see.
piano. Ah, that one.
I completely missed the life advice. If you enter into a situation thinking you know everything, you're not going to learn anything. That's
Be
the
like
life
me and
advice.
assume that you're the dumbest fucker in the room, because you probably are.
That's usually a fair
I mean,
assessment.
I just usually assume I'm going to be wrong about it, unless someone tells me the situation, I'm like, oh, that's literally the situation I just fixed, like, yesterday, then I'll be, like, assuming it. But, yeah, typically I just assume that everyone's fucking stupid, including me. There is not 10, there's not 9 retards in the game, there are 10.
I mean,
I always preface things if I'm like, I'm not 100% sure on this. I'll be like, maybe don't quote me on that, and that usually works for saving me from shit.
Yeah, my assumption is I know nothing, but I'll pick it up quick unless it involves using my hands because I'm not very dexterous at them, and I'm usually proven right.
It involves my hands.
Yeah, I'm not very dexterous.
Sneaky and I have the opposite problem of we are, and I'm sure Sneaky will be familiar with this one. You are constantly frustrated with your meat because you could do this if your operating system wasn't dog shit.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's crazy. How happy are you about that, Max?
About what?
Like, that was Adam
The
who said
thing
that.
Aura just posted in gaming.
Oh no!
Kill
what
performance and
happened?
Link's compatibility to prevent modding for it to still be modded in less than a month. Fuck you, Sony. I mean, if anyone's gonna show up, it's Deadpool.
So here's no, that they ported Broly into the new Marvel game because Arxis made fighters and Marvel Tokon. So
I thought it was just another DBZ fighter, so I thought Deadpool was the one that wasn't supposed to be there.
Yeah, I assumed it was just a DBZ thing.
Yeah,
well, no, if it was DBZ, it would have been Goku.
So the stage is from Tokon. So they used Unreal Engine still, and they cracked Dragon Ball Fighters like this year, and they probably didn't change anything from the version of Unreal they used for Fighters going into Tokon. So get fucked. I don't know what I'm not sure what Sony thought was gonna happen, but
hey man, I don't think even Sony knows what's gonna happen anymore either, because like they keep making choices that are just like, huh?
Oh.
Well, let's go casually Stop selling physical discs. That's brilliant, guys. That's definitely gonna.
Yep.
You know, when you sold a console based on the idea that, well, we sell physical discs, so you'll always be able to trade them, and then your next move is to get rid of physical discs.
Yeah.
Fucking
And to show that you don't own games, like the
Yeah.
only good thing about this is that it stops scalpers. That's it. And scalpers still fuck themselves over by buying 500 digital copies.
Yeah, I still don't understand that one.
People are claiming that was a joke that someone made to make fun of scalpers, but I don't think it was a joke. I think they were trying to save face for the dude.
I have terrible news for you, Max.
About what?
Let me pull it up here.
No, Steve, people were claiming that was a joke made, and I think they were making that claim to try and save face for a dude who did unironically buy 500 copies of GTA 6 digital. I don't know why you're saying you have terrible news for me when I'm already assuming the worst for the situation.
Let me swap. There we go. So if you go onto eBay, you can find copies of Grand Theft Auto 5 pre-orders.
6 pre-orders. Again, I don't know why you're saying you have terrible news. I already...
Wait, no, 5.
How is this terrible news for me?
This is 6. GTA 6 pre-order.
That's not answering.
People are buying GTA 6 pre-orders on eBay for more money than they cost.
Okay.
Unless you're saying this because it's scalpers, it doesn't really hit.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you. I don't know. Like they're not technically scalpers though. Like they're not scalping anything. They're just retards. This man, Indy2754, bought a bunch of copies of the digital-only GTA 6 PlayStation cover, digital key, and is now reselling them for $9 more on eBay, and people are buying it.
Oh, jeez. Because they're such idiots. They're actually buying it.
They're actually buying it. So it's like, yeah, he's stupid for buying digital keys. These fucking people are dumber than him! Because they're buying it! It's only stupid as a scalper to do something if people won't buy the scalped product. But here they are, doing that.
Okay. I'm not surprised, just disappointed in.
They sunk 600 million plus into Concord. Sony lost their all-in gamble, and now they need to pony up. It's actually worse than that. People are estimating now that Sony is something like $3 billion in the hole, and that's why they've been making all the decisions they've recently been making, because they're so deep in debt that they can't structure themselves out of. Because they can't sell off any of the companies because no one wants to fucking buy them.
Yeah, because those companies have been failures through and through.
All of the companies have totally failed because of Sony's dumbassery.
Yep.
Oh, God, man. I'm just so baffled. I'm just so... New listing. Random selection of Xbox 360 games. Possibly contains GTA, XCOM, Destiny 2, and Borderlands.
XCOM?
Yeah, don't you want XCOM on the Xbox 360?
Yeah. Fucking
I don't want them
grab
touching
bags?
it.
Why the fuck would
don't
I
even know if
buy
I
a
want the UX
grab
stuff.
bag? Also, all I could think of was so today when I was playing Fallout, all I could think of was of XCOM hit rates because I have a 95% chance to hit, and I missed 7 shots in a row in VATS on a 95 to hit. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It just works.
And then I finally kill that target someone with a 13% chance to hit with a headshot, and I kill them in one shot. And I'm like, are you fucking me? 13% chance to hit, might as well be 100. 95% chance to hit, might as well be 0.
Yeah, that's how hit rates work.
Yeah, Monopoly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All my competition is killing themselves. How am I Monopoly? And not killing themselves in the euphemistic mafioso way. Literally, just fucking killing themselves. They just like, I didn't do anything, and they just were like, hey, today on YouTube, I'm gonna go blow my head off. And then they do it, and it's like, okay. Well, I'm gonna keep doing the same thing I've been doing for the past 20 years. Which is nothing. Nothing's changed about what I do in the past 20 years. The whole monopoly accusation against Steam would honestly carry more weight if, like, Steam was doing anything. Like, if they were like, oh, okay, well, Epic's getting popular, well, we're gonna undercut Epic by reducing the amount of money we take from people. It's like, alright, yeah, fair enough, you're competing with them now. But it's like, Steam's like a tree. They haven't moved, but they have gotten bigger.
Steam just continues to sit there.
Yeah,
they
haven't changed at all. They are still taking 30%. It took 30% when they opened up. They're taking 30% now.
They have not changed. Nothing.
The only thing they do
changed.
is if you're insulting to Steam or go against, like, do something bad against them, they put your game at 100% off. That's it.
Yeah, they just give your game away for free.
Or they just straight they didn't even do that. They'll just straight delist you. Like the dude that was dumb enough to say, I'm going to kill Gabe Newell after his game was put on for 50% sale. Because apparently, I'm pretty sure at the time this happened, that was one of the things you could agree to when you're self-publishing. Like, hey, do you care if we decide when your game goes on sale? Do you want the choice of when your game goes on sale? And he let them have the power of it and got pissed off that they exercised the terms of the agreement.
Yeah.
And his game was delisted within 24 hours of threatening the life of their CEO.
He's more talking about, like, when Gearbox was like, fuck you, Steam, we're gonna go on Epic and make more money. And it seems like, well, okay. 95% off all Gearbox products. The Gearbox going away sale.
I think it's fine. Yeah, fuck around, find out. You signed a deal, and you apparently forgot the terms of the deal.
Yeah.
Gearbox, wait, no, you can't do that.
I wasn't supposed to reap what I sow.
Was it sow the wind, reap the whirlwind? I believe that's the Britishism. I still don't know what the fuck that means, but all I hear is British people quoting that constantly. So.
Yeah.
I've never heard that before. What the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, sow the wind, reap the whirlwind is apparently a Britishism.
That sounds like something from a army.
No, that's a Bible verse.
Saying.
That makes sense.
Oh yeah,
That's from
Yeah.
Hosea. I'm pretty sure that's Old Testament too.
That is
Makes
Hosea
sense.
8:7.
Yeah.
Makes
You
It's
get
small.
back more trouble than you start. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a large part of the do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. Because this is an
If you
early
do.
expression of that. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what your actions are going to do. So think about it before you do it.
good advice from the
Who knows?
Bible.
Maybe that dog you kicked aside belonged to the CEO that was gonna hire you today, but he
What
saw
the
you
fuck?
kicking his dog.
I didn't even say anything. What?
Fuck you, Nose! How dare you kick
What the
dogs?
Why is Nose kicking dogs? What the hell, dude?
You said what? You said nose. I'm like,
No,
what the
I
fuck?
didn't.
No one said your name!
Wow.
Nose just
Alright,
heard
thank you.
kicking dogs and instantly thought we were talking about him.
Just
I mean,
admitted to it. That's
why would I
crazy.
ever kick my
Are you
fucking
really
dog?
telling me
God,
Nose Dog
He's
Kicker
a
was kicking
he's
dogs?
a JoJo
Oh my
villain.
god.
I legitimately okay. Thank you, Discord, for cutting off Max so he said my name instead of saying who knows, which I assume he said.
Yeah, no one knows what their actions will
Yeah.
result in.
No one knows.
Discord literally cut you off the fucking perfect time. What the fuck?
I'm surprised British people are quoting that though, considering that it has, origins in biblical text.
I mean, I'm not
You know,
surprised
so many
British
pe-
people
so-
are
so many
quoting that.
people
They're
are-
pretty religious.
They're
I'm
also
referring more to the fact that
weird.
God damn you, I know where you're going with that.
What?
Oh, you weren't making a refugee Muslim joke?
Oh, no, I was making an Anglican church joke, but
Yeah.
I made
They're
basically
the
the same
weird
thing.
Christians.
Kaz, the one you were thinking of really only works in London.
True.
It also works in France, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure that only works in Paris.
Also true, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That was a funny fucking skit from the
but yeah, I've never heard that term. Here's the thing, I don't have any active recall of that, but I'm like, why does that sound so familiar? It's like, oh, Jose, oh, that was probably an old sermon from my teenage years.
I really don't
Talking
get
about you need to be careful what you
Yeah.
do because you don't know what your actions will result in.
Yeah.
Well, also, bad and foolish decisions will only come back to, cause more trouble.
Yeah. Makes sense. Many people fail at this.
Turns out that a lot of Bible verses actually have multiple levels of lessons and interpretations to them. Shocker, I know that a religious scripture is trying to teach you something, but...
Nikki, I've been told that my giant fairy in the sky is made up and the book is full of shit, so I don't know what you mean with that.
But, but yeah, I've been hearing that a lot out of, Sargon of Akkad, of all people. Now that you point out that it's a Bible verse. It's kind of funny that it's coming out of Sargon a lot recently.
Did that just contextualize some of the shit he said, or
oh no, he's an atheist.
He said several times. I mean,
he's an atheist, and
no, I understood the general gist of the phrase when he was using it in the context of the events he was talking about. But I just thought, like I said, I just thought it was like a Britishism or something, not like an actual Bible verse. But I just find humor in the fact that it is a Bible verse and that an atheist is telling other people this Bible verse.
I'm not shocked. I'm not an edgy Reddit atheist, so him knowing the Bible better than several Christians do is not shocking because he wanted to understand what it is he was choosing not to believe in.
What on earth did I come back to?
Sargon the atheist knowing Bible better than others, including Hosea verses.
Oh,
unfortunately, that requires the IQ.
Well, that's because a lot of the
yeah,
that's because a lot of those idiots don't actually read it. Because unfortunately, they lack the critical thinking skills to read things that might on the surface appear contrary to the stated goals of the book, and they can't reconcile that, or think critically about it, or even possibly confront the fact that, perchance I don't believe this book.
Well, I think your first mistake here is that you assume they read.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, for Christians who don't want to read the Bible from time to time and try and come to terms with that, just switch to Catholicism. That's literally part of their tenets. Don't read the book, do it for you.
That's true.
That's also not fair to some Catholics because they do read the book, despite the fact that their church explicitly does not like their tenants reading the book.
Yes.
Well, they're also all heretics.
Were we going to read fanfics tonight? We were going to read fanfics tonight, but then we got onto a philosophical journey about the slow degradation of society.
This happens every night.
Sneaky.
Talking about retail does happen.
Christian who won't read the Bible isn't a Christian.
That's why they're Catholic.
Yeah.
That's why they're Catholic.
I mean, there is one slight issue I have with that, and that's the fact that, like, the disciples were a thing. The 12 disciples didn't have a Bible to read, but would be considered
okay, but you can't. Okay, but you can't exactly. Okay. Going by what the Bible says, because obviously I am not of the denomination. But going by what the Bible said, when God himself goes, okay, you're Christian now, you're just Christian now. That's just how that works.
That just reminds me of the meme of the chick who dreamed of Jesus Christ and woke up feeling better in tears, and everyone was like, get saved, get saved, get saved.
The problem is this changes from denomination to denomination. And some are as lax as you believe in Jesus, great, you get to go. Not even like believe in him as the Son of God or anything. Literally, you believe he existed. All right, cool, you're good.
Right.
Whereas others like, well, you have to mean it, which means living your life by certain rules and regulations. Those rules and regulations being,
I mean,
the
honestly,
summation of don't be an asshole.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, though, it's kind of just
really
like,
hard.
It's one of those situations.
These people are?
True. It's one of those situations where it's like, you know, I do genuinely think so. Hypothetical God, if real, right? If you believe it, and then you just generally aren't an asshole. Like, you're not going to fucking church every day. You're not shouting praise Jesus every, meal. But you're not an asshole. You help your neighbor. You respect your elders. You do generally just live as a good, wholesome person. I would like to think that when you get to the judgment, the gods are like, yeah, you're fine.
Well, I would say, insofar as Christianity is concerned, if you believe in Jesus and then are a decent person, you don't need to go to church.
I mean, I literally just covered this. This is entirely dependent on the denomination, and this is not a Christianity as a whole. This is something that schisms have occurred and still occur in the modern day.
I'm sure.
In churches.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, it's also like one of those things of you gotta, contextualize.
What is this Farquaad edit?
What? What is this? I assume it's because he looks vaguely Catholic?
No, it's making fun of, it's Farquaad saying, oh, look at this, the atheist has internalized Christian morality.
Yeah.
It's making fun of atheists because they'll sit there and be like, you're Sky Daddy, it's not real, oh yeah, of course I believe you shouldn't murder, you shouldn't steal, you shouldn't covet what your neighbor owns. It's like, okay. So
why did you just quote half the 10 Commandments at me there, buddy?
Yeah, right. That's the point of just like, okay, yeah, so you're making fun of my religion, and yet here you are having adopted all of its practices except for going to church part. Okay, sure.
But yeah, I do want to circle back to Killiner real quick. Killiner, you can sit there and talk about how it says to read the scriptures. The problem is
the Catholic Church begs the difference.
What are you supposed to do when you're on a mission and you're dealing with people who speak a language that has no current translation, but they just barely understand spoken English.
Clearly, you
You
wow
can't
them
leave
with
them.
gunpowder and then say, "Pray
You
your
can't leave
God."
them. You can't leave them a Bible to read. Am I just supposed to accept the mission trip's a failure then? No. Answer the question. Because I don't agree with a Christian who won't read the Bible. Is like, there are people who can't.
Yeah.
It's a
Sure.
stupid
Yeah.
statement.
I mean, that's why you have all of those
One of the most religious
translations.
people I knew didn't have a Bible in their home, but they were voracious in absorbing everything they could during sermons.
Mm.
That's a stupid
fair.
statement.
I mean, yeah, it's like I don't think you need to read the scriptures to understand Christianity. I mean, I think it's fine if you get it from a priest, but also at the same time, you have to take into the context that it is being interpreted through someone else. And, it's the same thing. If you only got all of your information about Christianity from, like, the King James version of the Bible, I got some bad
The
news for
version
you.
that has a unicorn somewhere in it.
Yeah, I got
Which
some
I didn't
bad
even
news
know
for
about.
you, you know.
We are supposed to. Like, here's the thing. I agree. We should read the scriptures.
Clearly,
It's a
you
great
need to
idea as a
learn
Christian.
Greek, and you need to read the original scriptures.
Time to pick up Old Hebrew.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
well,
was gonna say.
As someone
Actually,
who's
the
had to
Bible
study
was
that
originally
for
written
a
in
few
Greek,
seconds,
not Hebrew.
Don't.
Hebrew actually was developed after the Bible.
Well,
No.
no.
Yeah.
Okay, let me rephrase that. The Old Testament
was originally written in Greek.
No, it wasn't.
Where the fuck are you getting this information?
Genuinely? What are you smoking?
I'm really passionate about this anime, but I would never read the manga. Christians, goddamn infant.
I would never read the manga. Christians.
Damn, dude.
You just destroyed the chat.
Oh, fucking hell,
That's
man.
a good one.
I thought like near the entirety of the Old Testament was originally written in
for certain
Hebrew
the
and Aramaic.
Torah.
Old Testament, Hebrew, New Testament, and Greek.
Well, no. For
specifically?
certain, the Torah
that's
was
what it
written
was.
in Hebrew.
According to Killionaire, it was New Testament was Greek.
Yeah,
well,
no.
That's why three of us in this voice chat were stun locked when Sneaky said that
I
the
would say,
Bible
to be
was
clear,
written in Greek first. Like,
right, yeah,
the New Testament was. I remember that, but I'm pretty sure.
it was the New Testament was written in Greek, and the Old Testament was written in Aramaic and Hebrew.
Yeah. Well,
okay, great. So I have to learn 3 languages. Great.
Yes. To be clear, the New Testament was written in Greek because at the time they were being occupied by Romans. Who were Greek LARPers.
I can't say you're wrong, but at the same time, I feel like I should.
Oh, my favorite part is the Roman Empire wouldn't even necessarily disagree with that.
I mean, the Bible wasn't a respected book, so that's why instead of in Latin, it was in Greek.
Yeah. No, Killionaire, I'm not going to disagree with we should read the scriptures. We absolutely should. I think the only point I'm going to say someone isn't a Christian is when they're doing certain things. A, go against every tenet we have, or B, aren't exercising their free will to ask questions about the sermon or scriptures they've heard.
Oh, okay. So that's the other reason.
I think it's a massive
Modern
disservice.
Hebrew was not the old Hebrew. The Hebrew that the Old Testament is written in is not modern Hebrew.
No, it's
not.
Like
that's why I've always used the phrase Old Hebrew when referring to Old Testament translations.
Also known as Biblical Hebrew or Tanaka.
There's a lot of weird things that Old Hebrew does. Like, Old Hebrew has, like, multiple words for love because each one is a different facet of love.
Mm-hmm.
And the Greek language also did that, which is why it translated okay into Greek when the New Testament started getting written for different forms of love. So you could still have romantic love, the lust and erotic love, love of family, love of friends, so on and so forth.
Also, the common mistranslation of you're not allowed to kill at all versus you're not allowed to murder in cold blood, which was the original Ten Commandment.
Because the problem with that is, well, hang on a second. If they're not supposed to kill at all, why is God allowing the people
Why
of
did God
Israel
command several genocides?
Yes.
Why did he allow them to defend themselves, go to war, declare war in some cases, so on and so forth?
Yeah.
That commandment
and
doesn't
again,
make sense without that context.
Cannot stress enough. 100%. It was genocides. They were explicitly told. They were explicitly told to pull an Anakin Skywalker.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, some of the places that this was occurring at were particularly fucked.
I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just saying we cannot let that be swept under the rug.
It's fun being in my 30s, looking back at some of the conversations I've had about Old Testament stuff, because with atheist friends, for some reason, it's my job to defend God. It's like, first off, I'm not God. I can't defend that. Second, I'm not going to argue with the creator being who can snap me out of existence.
But you are an ordained
That's a
saint.
weird argument. No, I am not. Shut the fuck up. But they're like, well, what about this thing of the Old Testament? It's like, have you thought about how awful the people in that situation were, out of curiosity? Like, so this is where the translation issues come in, because there's one with one of the prophets where one translation of the word translates to, like, the proper translation is young men, so people who would be considered of majority age for the time, but some versions translate them as boys. And it's the story where God's like, hey, prophet, I'm going to give you some, like, real simple authority over the animals around you and some shit. Go do my work. So he sends a couple bears to maul these young men who are making fun of him. And it's like, on the one hand, I'm not sure why God would give a human that kind of power. On the other hand, in theory, these were boys that were at the youngest 14 or 15, which makes them adults by the culture of that area, of that time period. They're supposed to know better than to throw rocks and jeers at other people that they don't know.
Yes.
But the translations picked radically changed the understanding of that particular story.
Well, I mean, there's also shit like, hey, that is a nation of baby-killing rapists. You should go kill them. It's like...
and again, understanding the context of that area is like, oh, you should go kill... What do they do? I don't think you want me to give you the list. I'll just give you the top 3 reasons.
Well, the list of what they don't do is shorter, so we'll start with that.
Oh.
How many genocides are you on? 1 or 2? Christian God. Rookie numbers. Watch this.
But I mean, yeah, I mean, not to get political, but to get political, it's also why I don't accept
I'm not going to get political on this stream. One drink later.
Fuck
okay,
you.
So
okay, you know what? Fine. I'm going to start drinking. Fuck you.
Oh, no.
Hang on. No, you can't expect us to believe you haven't been drinking.
I haven't been drinking. Now I am.
Well, knows.
I haven't heard him pour anything, so I don't think he was. Sometimes you hear it.
Well, knows.
Yeah.
Would you like to apologize to the rest of us?
No.
I mean, I've been drinking,
us,
so
the rest
I don't
of us,
care.
the one you're inflicting him on.
All right, so I picked up some apple brandy. It was really fucking cheap, so I was like, yeah, fuck it, why not?
How is
I'm
it?
drinking some shitty cider I found.
Apple brandy with caramel and apple flavors. So this is a ENG apple with a unique twist on the time-honed classic brandy. made of brandy and apple. All right. It says it's smooth with flavor. Let's see how true that is.
What the? This game is something else. Got a newspaper ad in a game currently.
Oh boy!
Help iron workers. Previous staff liquidated. Please apply. Tools still warm.
What are you owing about Sneaky? Oh.
He's enjoying his new brandy.
His apple brandy.
Honestly, the way he described it sounded more like caramel brandy, and he just had the apple part as a listed ingredient, and it's just flavored.
Oh, so recently,
well, it definitely tastes like apples. It tastes like green apples, to be honest. Tastes like it's got like a hint. It's like it tastes like.
I'm not a green apple guy. Like, I'm not gonna like turn them away, but like, I'm never gonna voluntarily seek out a green apple, I suppose would be what I should say.
That's fair.
We tried a new pizza shop by my house.
Yeah. Mistake.
No, it was. I mean, so they had Sicilian.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, what exactly is the Sicilian style? Looked it up. We're like, all right, fine, this sounds good. They charged $30, and we're like, that's really expensive. We'll try once. This better be the most amazing fucking pizza ever.
No.
The consensus was it's fine. We're definitely not paying $30 for it. But I was like, all right, well, maybe there's some other Sicilian place. So you know what? I've tried a new Sicilian style of pizza. It's not bad. I don't hate it. I certainly prefer it over something like New York.
There's
I was gonna say, what happened to that place you brought me last time?
There's a lot of Sicilian out here.
Nothing happened to it. It's just expensive.
Yeah.
Fair.
There's this really good. So the Sicilian place that's near me makes this really amazing prosciutto, honey, crumbled goat cheese. Is it spinach? I don't. It's a green. It's a leafy green. I feel like it's spinach.
I mean, I've had spinach on pizza before, and it's pretty good.
Kale, spinach. It's some sort of leafy, kale-ish, spinach-ish object, right? It was really good. Oh, it was so good. A light tomato base on it. It was really tasty. It's crazy expensive though. Yeah, it is like $30, but definitely not. It's the sort of pizza you're really happy about eating when someone else is paying for it. But yeah. But yeah, what I was saying was I'm not. Yeah, it's why I don't buy the all cultures are equal bullshit that people try and say of like, oh, all cultures have their own thing. It's like, yeah, and some cultures have ritualized sacrifice of babies, and I think that's wrong. And I think that culture is inferior if it includes the ritual sacrifice and or consumption of babies. You know.
True.
Not a fan of this culture you're describing. Very much hoping it's a hypothetical culture that doesn't currently exist in this world any longer.
One would hope so.
Well,
scary part is I could stumble upon it in the backwaters of the Appalachian Mountains.
Well, yes, there is.
Listen,
that,
just because the Mormons exist back there doesn't mean we get to talk about them. All right.
The Mormons exist in Utah, Edget.
Don't some of them have?
I mean,
no, I might have misheard that. I thought
no,
I could have sworn that
Mormons in other. No, there's Mormons in other places. They've got some churches in the South.
Oh no,
I would
no,
say-
there's Mormons spread around. They're not Appalachians, though. The
No,
religious
they're not.
denominations of the Appalachians are not Mormonism.
I could have sworn there were. Again, I don't
No,
know.
I don't think the Mormons are going to want to do door-to-door calls in the backwaters of the Appalachians.
You do
Now,
not do
I mean,
door-to-door
listen,
calls in the backwaters
Mormons
of the
are
Appalachians.
an infestation. Where you get one, you'll get more.
I will say, it was very funny watching how much they pissed and shit themselves over the Pentagon declaring them not a denomination of Christianity.
Because they're not.
They're not. No, they're absolutely 100% not a fucking denomination of Christianity, even slightly.
Why were they looking for the government's approval for that? What the fuck? Who looks to the government for approval from that, aside from getting some tax breaks?
That's why.
Mormons.
They were declared to be a taxable organization. Now,
Should have just applied as a completely separate religious organization. They've been in the U.S. long enough; they would have qualified for the pre-1950 thing that is set in stone for that. We have records of them as far back as the 1880s. They were prevalent enough in the States that they are a major plot point in one of the first Sherlock Holmes novels.
Yes, and unfortunately, there's also a kill order on them. Kill order's never been rescinded, by the way.
I'm sorry, who has the kill order on what?
The Mormons.
Tell me more.
So I think it was Michigan. The Michigan governor in like the 1800s was like, we need to have a final solution to this Mormon problem. And he just said, I'm putting a bounty on all Mormons. And that bounty never got rescinded.
Oh.
No one collects it anymore because you get arrested for murder, but technically speaking, legally, the order of death is still there, yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me, officer. I'm doing my civic duty.
I thought this was America.
It's really scary what kind of stuff you find out was never rescinded, and it's been around for 100+ years.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. It took the UK until like 20 years ago, 30 years ago to take trial by combat off the books when an old man forced them to give it to him.
That was New York City.
New York.
No.
It's
it was the UK. I'm not saying it
one
wasn't
in
New York City, but the one that I'm speaking specifically of was absolutely the UK.
There's also in Canada, because I actually did a school thing for this of weird laws. They told us to find something online and do a project on it, and I decided that. It is illegal in Canada to, in a plane, take a picture of a moose. It is 5 to 10 years of prison to do that.
That's I have a lot
no
of
one follows
questions.
that. No one follows that because there are still people that do it, but technically you can go to prison for doing that. It is an old law never rescinded.
You know, and I feel like some of these laws have like a kind of like you can kind of see why they got made. Like I'll read some of these laws and be like, okay, I see the intention behind this, because probably back in the day, planes were obviously a lot more unstable, and people were probably doing stupid shit like all crowding in one area to try and take pictures, and someone probably got hurt. And so the local, whoever makes the laws were like, well, a solution will be, it's illegal now. It's like, all right, okay.
Yeah, I know Atlanta had either something about not tying a giraffe or a zebra to a lamppost.
Yeah, and again, it's usually because someone did something fucking retarded, and they were like, fine, we couldn't charge you on anything, so now we're making a law about it.
Let's see. Yeah, okay, here's a weird one. We got a city called Ackworth. Residents in Ackworth are legally required to own a rake.
A rake.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Everyone in Ackworth must own a rake.
I'm not surprised. Again, it probably came down to someone bitched about someone else, and it escalated into something where it's like, oh, I don't own a rake, or, he borrowed my rake, or he took my rake, or some bullshit. And so they're like, fuck it, fine. You know what? We couldn't do anything about it before this. Now everyone just has to own one. Fuck you.
You all have to own a rake. If you don't own a rake, fuck you.
Oh, that's interesting. Marietta has a law that it is illegal to spit in a public building. I can see exactly why that was.
Yeah,
I
mean,
that's
that's
an
not a
old.
weird law. That's
I bet
completely
that's an old
understandable.
law
I was gonna say
too.
that's not even a weird one.
Right.
That's like
Yeah.
that's one of those I shouldn't have had to make a law about this, but somebody staring at Cherry.
Where the fuck is this at?
Reminds me of that.
It's like
was
when
the
you go
fucking
into the
law?
bathroom. It's like you go to a public bathroom and you see the sign that says "Do not stand on
Holy
the
shit,
toilet
that
and shit
is-
on the floor." It's
That
like I
is
didn't
south
think we
south.
needed a sign for this, but here we go.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
also
Okay,
that
Max,
one law where it's
How
like
south?
you can't own a giraffe.
Like-
Not south.
somewhere
Every
safe.
warehouse I've worked in has had that sign. Do not stand on the toilet to shit. You must sit down. Every warehouse I've worked at has had that sign.
This might be an
Yeah,
hour's
well,
drive. This is probably honestly, this is probably a 30-minute drive to the border of Florida south. Quitman,
Okay, but
Georgia.
again, that's not a
It is
weird law,
illegal.
Killionaire.
It
That's
is
not a
illegal
weird
for
law.
chickens to cross the road in Quitman, Georgia.
Again,
Someone didn't
not a
get why
weird
the
law.
chicken crossed the road
That
broke.
makes perfect sense if you think about it. Probably had a lot of farmland at one point in
Oh,
time.
no,
Probably had a
no,
lot of
Sneaky,
fucking chickens.
No, Sneaky. It still does. This is like an hour
Yeah.
outside of Valdosta. Valdosta
Okay,
is
yeah,
known for
and
selling, like,
someone
chicken
was
shit.
probably doing something fucking stupid, like migrating their chickens across the road, and, a truck was coming down, and then proceeded to fucking either, die or kill a shitload of chickens, and the farmer was like, "Oh, this is ridiculous! I can't believe you killed all my chickens! I demand compensation!" And the guy's like, "Well, you shouldn't have been moving them across the road!"
It also has an odd little disconnect from the city limits up north of it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's illegal to splash
Yeah.
pedestrians? Yeah, probably because it's Canada, so it probably got really cold, and someone probably either got doused in cold water and got very sick because of it. Fucking silo-ass map.
I've never
The
seen a
fuck?
disconnect in the north like that. For
Yeah,
the
I've
city
never
limits
seen
before.
that. That is very
That's
strange.
that's where the schools are. up
That was
there,
a
by the
lawsuit.
way.
That was a lawsuit. I can guarantee you that was a lawsuit.
Mm.
Oh man. Honestly, this just made me flash back to 2 weeks ago when Sneaky and I were talking about some of the fucking redistrict mapping,
Oh, yeah, the
the
redistrict
remapping
maps, yeah.
they did for the voting districts. Like, Georgia's probably one of the ones that's most straightforward because they don't have to remap any of it because most of the blue voters are concentrated in Atlanta and around Atlanta.
Well, a
Whereas
lot of
the
the
shit he was
remapping that
showing
the
me from
Democrats did was
is-
spreading the blue voters out to drown out the red. So that's a common tactic.
Yeah,
I
like I
mean,
said, I don't want to hear Democrat. I
Don't
don't want to
pretend
hear.
that. Let's just be clear.
I
Common
no,
tactic.
no. I don't want to hear the Democrats bitching about the Republicans do it when they're being so much more blatant about it. They can fuck off. Either everyone gets to do it or no one gets to do it. If you're not going to hold yourselves to a standard, don't
I
hold
want to
your
be clear.
opponent.
I hold
But-
everyone to the standard of everyone who proposed those wacky ass maps. I don't care who they are. Every single
I
person.
Well,
sh-
no, it's like I
those
told
wacky
Max
ass
back when
maps.
we were talking about it. I think what they need to do is voting precincts share the same map as police precincts. And if you change the voting precinct, you have to change the police precinct. Which means if you want that wacky ass gerrymandered design, yeah, the police from Chicago do have to drive 4 hours out now to service a call in deep rural Illinois. Yes, they do. Oh, what's that?
Yeah.
They don't want to? Oh, well, then maybe you should stop fucking them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, so I want to be clear. I like the way that works. And two, every single person, I don't care who or what side they were on,
Yeah.
involved in proposing every single one of those wacky ass maps,
Yeah.
at minimum, barred from ever holding a government position again,
Yeah.
and forfeits
Definitely.
the last let's
Forfeit their pension,
say,
first off.
25 years of their salary and their pension.
They'll be able to pay it. Don't worry. They've been grifting the government enough.
I'm aware. Right.
Yeah,
so
no,
all
like, that's nonsense.
gone.
That is lawsuit nonsense. I can just feel the history of lawsuits from this zoning map.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Sneaky is entirely like.
Yeah, look. I shouldn't look at a zoning district and my brain casually bring up, oh, that's Onyx.
True.
That was what Sneaky hit me with. That's what started our conversation. Like, Sneaky, there's no way that's actually a fucking voting district. And then he sends me the map. I'm like, are you kidding me?
In Belgium and Netherlands.
And I start looking at the others.
Like I said, there was a lot of lawsuits. Now, some of those lawsuits might have been settled with swords, but there was a lot of lawsuits over that. Oh, I'm occupying this house when the peace treaty ended, so therefore, this house is part of Belgium now. Motherfucker, I'm gonna kill you next time around.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be back in 10 years, motherfucker.
I mean, that's fine for them, but I don't care. I don't care about their zoning issues, because their zoning issues do not currently affect me as an American who has to memorize 49 other fucking countries within my country and Canada and Mexico.
I'm just glad that state zoning laws were never really fucked around
Country
with.
lines go through houses. I mean, state lines can go through houses and city lines as well. It's not unusual.
I would say there are multiple cities
in the West,
especially in countrysides.
Sioux Falls is a South Dakotan city that gets cut in half and has to share half the city with another fucking state. Same thing for Camden and Philly. Technically, Camden is just South Philly, but it's in New Jersey, so we couldn't call it South Philly.
I would say, well, I mean, do we even need to bring up the state wherein the section of, what is it, Nevada, New Mexico, and what's the other one? Where you can be, it's like, congratulations, you are standing in 3 states at the same time.
4 states. It's the 4 corners.
4 states, yeah, sorry, 4.
Yeah, just good old 4 corners. I know Cincinnati, some of Cincinnati, Ohio actually spills into Kentucky.
Yeah.
For example.
I mean, that's more normal things. I mean, obviously, once you start getting into the development of town, I'm talking about, like, state lines. I'm like, like, we're not having, like, parts of Pennsylvania inside of New Jersey. Yeah.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm sure the great remapping of states themselves will be on the horizon.
The specifics of that rule, so they can legally move to the other country and do tax evasion, and how they do that is by boarding up the front door and using the door that exits into the other country. Alright, I mean, hey, I respect it.
Anything for tax evasion.
Yeah, I respect it. But anyway, fanfiction.
If they didn't want the tax evasion to occur, they shouldn't have given them legal loopholes for it.
Indeed.
To start off the night, immediately off the rip, female author syndrome. Go ahead and mark it.
Oh, that's what that does.
Just right away, huh?
Yep, just immediately right off the rip. Didn't even have to look beyond the first 3 words. Sorry, well, the first 4 words. 4 words.
Do we have a sign L?
We do not have a sign L.
No, I'm pretty sure we banked one last week,
on
didn't
Tuesday,
we?
Yeah.
No, that's true. Yeah, no, that's true. There was a banked sign L. Yeah, I'll give you that. That's true.
I mean, the bigger problem is we banked so many sign Ls, but no one's keeping proper track, so...
That's just how
I only keep track of 1.
So the first 4 words of this story are... So the first 3 words... So the first 4 words is the title of the story, right? Of Grace and Hope. Already bad start. Bad start.
I think we're in the double digits for banked Ls. No one just cares enough to keep track of it.
Well, I mean, we've reached the point where it's largely irrelevant.
Yes.
Just assume that there is a banked L.
In pre-Sundering Suramar, Illidan's Storm Rage is only an apprentice. ChatGPT. Brilliant, restless, and disastrously in love. With not Tyrande Stormwind. Instead, Leviticus Arikan sees the man beneath the ambition, and together they build a future in a world not yet broken. This is the story of who Illidan was before the fall, and who he chose to become when love is more of him than power.
This is stupid.
What?
Unfortunately, I don't
massively
have
stupid.
female fanfiction intro.
This is
I don't
female
have
author
anything.
syndrome.
I only have one, and it's fucking.
But I do have bad
oh my
grammar,
God.
which we've certainly achieved.
They've even accomplished fucking they
Not
chat
yet, we
GPT'd
haven't.
their profile.
Oh god.
This account is the home of the Valtherian saga, ChatGPT, a sprawling story of echoes, grace, and shadow. You can't even like use the paid version. You have to use the free version. You even have a Patreon set up, and you're still using the free version.
Yeah, man, that's
Set
just free
within
money.
the world of Warcraft, these tales walk the line between canon and myth.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. What do
They're
you
fan
mean?
fiction.
You mean canon? They walk the line between canon and what the bullshit I made up? Because canon is the myth. That's what canon is. Myth.
So, what did she feed it to just straight up rip what I would expect from a $4 paperback historical fiction from 2003 as the summary?
No, so religious scripture.
I assume it just asked Chat
GPT
to write a romance novel.
Yeah, probably.
I will, because
yeah,
like
anyway.
I would expect that to come from like walk the line between reality and myth, or history and myth.
Yeah,
not
I don't know.
canon and myth, because I don't like it, but canon in reference to religion would be myth to anyone not of that religion.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to say. Is it's just like myth. You in the context of you talking about another fantasy universe. If you're talking about the fantasy universe of Warcraft, and you're like, oh well, the myths of Warcraft. If they are myths of Warcraft, if they were published as Warcraft myths, so this is the lore that happens inside of Warcraft. That is canon. The only way for myths that aren't canon to exist for Warcraft is if you made them up. So you can't walk the line between something a company published and the bullshit in my brain. Unless, of course, your name is like Chris Avalon or the guy who took drugs to go write the Bethesda lore. Then you can say there is a fine line between the bullshit in my brain and the stuff the company published. But
So
you
I'm the
are
guy that
not
wrote
them.
Bethesda's lore. I was really high on shrooms, okay?
Listen, I was really high.
What drugs did you take? Yes.
Yeah.
The fuck you mean, yes?
Yeah.
Weaving love, loss, and legacy into the lives of characters familiar and new. No. What you can expect from me. Quiet intimacy and fierce devotion. Found families. God, am I starting to really fucking hate that phrase?
Yeah.
It's such a fucking bastardization, because the whole thing with found families is like, the idea is, oh, the people that you found along the way that you decided to make a covenant with that are not bound to you by blood. It's like, okay, yeah, that's cool, that's neat, that's like a very emotional thing, you know, peak narrative storytelling, effectively. Um, but nowadays, people are like, oh, found family, found family. It's like, no, the 5 weirdos you just hang out with are not your found family. No.
But I found them and I considered them my family.
I'm going to mail you a pipe
I know.
bomb.
I understand. I'm just
It's
look.
gonna
I'm
be
just the
filled
fuck.
with rusty
Look,
fish
I'm just the
hooks.
I'm just the messenger. Okay.
Fragile hopes. Shadows fell and moonlight tangling together. Echoes of resonation across generations. What?
I didn't know we were
These
going to the Shadowfell.
stories are written to linger.
What? Like a bad fart?
Yes. To be
Yeah.
read slowly, like a memory whispered back to you.
Oh, shut up!
Oh my god.
What? Echoes endure, shadows remember, grace binds it all.
What does that even mean?
All of my stories are shared freely with love. If you would like to learn about me or find me elsewhere, you can buy me a coffee. Username Echoborn.
Does that count as Patreon? Because technically that
Yes.
one, like... Okay.
Padawan? Cool.
Padawan.
Well, I have one.
I really hate this author. Beneath the broken sky of Outland, Illidan's storm rage builds an army to save a world that named him the Betrayer. Yet in the stillness between wars, why is there a pregnant fucking night elf as the PFP?
I beg your pardon?
You know why.
I know. Sirona tends to a different kind of power, one that roots itself in grace and dares to bloom. Of Grace and Bloom continues the legend of Grace and Light, Book 11 of the Valtharian Saga.
11.
What do you mean 11?
What?
Oh, is there a single book they finished?
Book
The first
13. Book 20.
What do you mean they
10.
finished book 20, 10, and 1?
Where's the rest?
How?
The rest of the books aren't even written yet. So they currently are writing book 2. They're currently writing book 11.
On.
They're currently writing book 13.
What's the rating? What's the rating on site? Are M? Okay. I wonder if they had spicy scenes in the other books and those are relegated to like AO3 or something.
No, they said the only place to find them is on Buy Me a Coffee.
Yeah,
Their name is Echoborn?
I think there's a good chance that there's either a good chance that this is because ChatGPT isn't smart enough to keep track of what books have been done or not, or the others just got deleted.
No. No. There's no way they got deleted. This was joined in September 4th, 2025. There's been no major purge since then. No, this is 110% is they've just been randomly posting books and then being like, yeah, this is like book 7 in the series. You've only posted books 1, 2, and 10. Yeah! Well,
and 20.
This is book 7.
And 20. Let's not forget 20.
Very ambitious to declare this is the 20th book in the series when you haven't written the first 19.
They are on AO3.
They are. And do they have more books?
Looking, book part 4 is finished on AO3, 209 out of 209 chapters.
That's not on here.
Part 6 of Grace and Shadows, 183 out of 183. Of Grace and Light, Part 3. This is out of order. Wait, this is out of order from... Oh, wait, it's updates. Yeah. So, yeah, this person is updating at random points all of the stories and has finished some of them before the others.
Well, no, not even that, though. Of Grace and Light was first published September 11th, 2025. Of Grace and Shadow was published, which is of book 20, was published of November 17th, 2025. Book 1 of the series was published October 10th. They published book 10 a month before book 1.
Is Part 10 called Of Grace and Innocence?
Part 1 is Of Grace and Innocence. Part
yep,
10...
and that was just recently updated. 13th of January 2026, finished 155 chapters.
I hate this so much.
This is...
They also have stuff uploaded to something called a web novel.
Yeah, they have.
Of course they do.
I think I've also found them on Wattpad.
Oh no.
No, that's just a book called Echo Born that someone's got on Wattpad. Never mind. And Ninjago fanfiction.
Sub 1K chapters. Oh my god, there's so many line breaks. Oh my god, it's so short. Why is it so short? Why is it Korean? How did they make ChatGPT write in Korean translation?
That I couldn't tell you.
Skillfully?
No, there is no skill. This is a travesty.
This is an insult to the English language.
Okay.
English language.
So that's crazy. I'm looking at the webnovel.com.
Wait.
And they've got the Valtheron saga listed as original. So can we mark that as well for original fiction? Because they're just saying it.
That's
No. This is on This is on webnovel.com.
Oh.
They're just admitting it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So original fiction.
All right. Have we had an uncomfy age gap and or an opening character description?
No.
Not yet.
Damn it. I think she can get us there, boys.
I don't want to stay on this woman.
Trouble in Paradise. Sylvanas Windrunner died rescuing souls in the maw. Thank God. Since Ilaria Windrunner went extinct...
What? Huh?
What?
Wait. Huh?
So
I'm not drunk enough. I'm not drunk enough for that. I'm not drunk
Save
enough
the alcohol. We need it for
Why are they making Buddhism in
plenty.
World of Warcraft? What?
Good man.
Oh god, this is awful.
Why is there a Bodhisattva from Buddhism in World of Warcraft in a love square?
Why is there what?
A Bodhisattva from Buddhism is in a love square with this Sylvanas reincarnation, Turalian, and Enduin Rin.
My favorite races: human, orc, elf, and Ilaria Windrunner.
That's Sir, that's not a race.
Wait, from that first one, do we get OC times canon because it was with Illidan?
No, because the author declared themselves an original story.
Well, not only did they declare themselves an original story, they very specifically are making it so that Illidan is not, in fact, Illidan.
Cross-post as well.
We got cross posts? Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, cross post, yeah.
Man, we get that a lot, don't we?
Yeah, we do. It's an easy one. Sylvanas reincarnated as the new Ilaria replacement. What the fucking Ilaria's perpetual now? Whenever she dies, someone else comes in and becomes Ilaria. There must always be an Ilaria Windrunner.
All right.
I am eternal.
Then she got caught up in a love square between Turalion, Anduin Wynn, and Alcavista. New guest character, Bodavista from Buddhism. Why are you announcing that like a new fighter is joining the fight?
A fighter has joined the fight in Smash.
Thank you for having a stroke.
Takes place in World of Warcraft: The War Within.
So the one neither of us know. Great.
The one no one knows. No one knows The War Within. There's no lore in The War Within.
There's just weird spiders that even cast when and go watch.
2019 they joined. I think this is I think this is a real profile. I think this is so fucking stupid. I think this is a real profile.
I'm looking at these spiders. What?
I've been napping for the past 3 hours. I'm glad I could show up again. Warcraft again. Oh, you bet your ass Warcraft again.
Yeah.
I did not finish ranting about Warcraft the first time.
We're not going to be done until the chapter is done. Eventually.
Billionaire. Hello everybody. I am new fanfic writer. I am sorry if I violate photo copyright. It was because I saw other fanfic writer using Canon Picture, so I thought it was okay to use Canon Picture. I strive to be fanfiction writer for Lord of Ring, The Hobbit, and World of Warcraft. I specialize in writing fantasy and romantasy. Truthfully, I am reincarnation of Tariel from The Hobbit.
No, where's that
Oh
fucking Callie pic? Where's that
no
Callie
way
video?
There's a Tariel kin in 2026!
Yeah, kidding! Where's
no way!
I was like, no. I was like, Narissa, don't make me don't make me be like, I can never watch Narissa again. I need you to be shit posting, girl.
No, they're kidding. Why is kidding returning?
You are being regulated to... I'm gonna find out what I can cook with you. An apple-flavored brandy. I'm sure I can cook something with that.
A pie?
That is not a drinking brandy. That is, that's terrible. That's an awful tasting brandy.
That's the cooking sherry, woman!
What the fuck is Sayuki?
Oh, you know what? I did buy some spiced rum.
Also, I gotta show chat. Like, come on, I'm so close. I need one of these stories to help us out here. Look at this.
Oh.
If we want randomly abusive, we'll have to hop over to Harry Potter or Naruto.
I don't need randomly abusive. I need an uncomfy age gap and a character description.
I need to ask.
Well, we'll also need to go there for the uncomfy age
gap.
Unfortunately,
does the love square count as a harem?
I
need to know.
Listen. No. I think we can get an uncomfy age gap from this creepy woman.
The Tariel kin?
Yeah.
Oh, good old rum chata. You're not gonna let me down.
So I've got essentially a free square. I do 3 squares. I just need harem. Harem and just canon. I've got 2 free squares. I could get the 3rd bingo for the first time and get banned from the stream on Twitch.
Rum chata, good old rum chata. Caribbean
Nice.
rum with natural and artificial flavors and spiced.
What brand? Because I'm drinking Kraken myself.
Rum chata.
Mm.
Oh, this is some good shit.
Welcome, Joe the Lesser. Not sure who you are, but welcome.
I finally caught a sneaky shell. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Unfortunately, you caught one that didn't have sign in it. Sign normally shows up, but our resident punching bag decided that sleeping was more important. So we'll have to make sure to bully him extra hard on Tuesday.
Indeed.
Anyway, now that we're talking about this Tarielkin, in addition, I am also the reincarnation of Sylvanas Windrunner.
Yep.
Oh no!
They are killing 2 characters, and her older sister is Ilaria Windrunner.
However, after my older sister, Ilaria Windrunner, went extinct in World of Warcraft...
Do you mean they died?
They are English second language. That's at the end of this description.
They sewer slided.
English. They are English second language.
You were slided. Get the fuck up.
I substituted Ilaria. It was so that World of Warcraft realm could keep on running. Thank you for reading me up until this point. I am new fanfiction writer. English is my second language. I am still learning English, so please be gentle on me. Thank you and again for advance for the views and comments. What do you guys think? European, South American, Asian?
I would need to see the writing style first. But the fact that it's the Buddhism...
I was going to say, I'm going to guess Asian.
I'm thinking South... Yeah, I'm thinking Southeast Asian.
I want to say... maybe Thai?
Yeah, it's Southeast.
Indonesian.
Yeah. Could be Indonesian.
Like toaster.
At least we know they're not using ChatGPT, because that last fic is way too small to be ChatGPT.
Yeah, this is... This is... Finally, an example of true human stupid!
God damn,
artificial intelligence versus natural stupidity!
God damn you, Sneaky. I had rum in my mouth. I almost spat it out.
Oh, so Sneaky made you spit instead of swallow, huh?
No, I swallowed.
And clip it!
I'm the one who clips shit. I'm not clipping that.
I am the one who clips! Okay, Walter. ChatGPT is his hole. It was the hole made for him. 3 total fics. Yeah, welcome to the average fanfic writer.
Yeah. It's either 3 total fics or 300 total fics.
So their first fic, never updated again, 388 words, sexing up Legolas spiritually. I am the reincarnation of Tariel and Kikyo, and I've been trying very hard to have sex with Legolas in spirit, and then a hilarious conversation ensues. If it wasn't obvious, this is a female author.
Yeah.
I never would have fathomed that.
It's script writing. Wait.
No fucking way. We have script. We have script.
Wait.
By
What?
the Emperor.
I don't have script.
I have script. It's here.
I have
This is the bingo made for me.
We've hit script twice in a single year.
The script
I
writing.
mean that like in a 2-month time span.
The script is real.
So hard.
I'm so mad because this was the year I think we discussed possibly taking it off the list.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did.
And
No,
I don't
keep-
have script.
I'm so mad. It just earned its place back for the next 3 years.
Legolas, I am
Flying from-
being
wait.
hacked by an incubus. I am having a big arousal.
Wait, Sanzo, I'm being possessed by an incubus. I'm dying from Arasal. Sanzo. Is this... We've got bad grammar yet, or do we not?
No, this doesn't count. Okay,
Yeah.
I've said before in the past that I don't count bad grammar when they're like, I'm English second language.
No,
shit.
but we did get bad grammar from the chick earlier.
Did we?
No,
No,
that
we
was just me
didn't.
reading it funny.
Oh, okay. Damn.
I told you.
Yeah,
you
I was
didn't
going
have
to say,
bad
can
grammar.
we tell from Sneaky reading something or not? So...
Thank you, Gray.
It is sadly not nearly as obvious as we would prefer sometimes.
My second chance to sex Legolas. After countless I like how they really rate these teen. That's my favorite part about this, is they rated it teen. After countless reincarnations, Tariel finally managed to get her hands on the legendary alien device of the alien speaker. Rumors said that it could bring Legolas back from the Undying Lands to the new Middle-earth, the Rings of Power Middle-earth.
Oh!
Hang on a
To
second.
They
be
must
with
be
her
slayed.
again. For all of eternity, she had been waiting for another chance to have sex with Legolas. She could not live without them. Man, this is,
almost grey, but it would have been funnier if he had the captains on.
This is...
I can add the captions.
This is something else. My face as Sneaky reads through these absolute gems. Yeah.
Damn it. Does a threesome really not count as harem?
Oh no,
Awful.
Max! They giveth! They keep givingeth! Go ahead
Wall
and
of
take
text.
Wall of Text.
Next.
Wall of text.
They moved on from the script system. Now they only write walls.
Wait.
Wait,
Doesn't
what?
this count
Wait.
as a harem? No, aren't they trying to get like 2 people?
All three.
That
No,
counts as a-
No, it's a
all four
love
are to- with one
square.
woman.
It's a love
All four
square
with
where each
women.
character loves someone
Yeah.
else. So it's not technically a harem.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, three
What
three
is
men
this
are ones
absolute
that love the same
gold
women.
mine Sneaky has discovered tonight?
Unfortunately, Terralion and the Bodavista, who did not know what Buddha is, Anduin Wynn did in his past life because of a gruesome tragic fate. Maybe it was something to do with how Anduin was corrupted from the old gods deteriorating too much. In the super ancient times, Anduin Wynn led the Christian people
Super
on a planetary
ancient.
war against
What?
the Buddha.
What?
Oh,
What?
Sneaky, I don't like all the words you're throwing at me right now.
What fever dream did you just say?
But you see, in her past life, she was actually a disciple of the Buddha, and she became the Buddha's savior after becoming his royal bodyguard, and then she and the Buddha became biological spiritual daughters.
Huh? No, I'm not looking at the screen. I'm not gonna be double checking Sneaky on this. No.
No.
gonna just
Sneaky,
I'm
do
gonna
we
chill
get
here
one
in
of
my bed listening to this fever dream, hoping it ends soon.
Oh, Joe the
actually
Lesser brings up a good point. He says they might be Indian due to the specific Buddha in question of being the
look at
Akla
this.
Vasavara. That's a good point.
Oh, okay.
You bring up a good point. Might be
Cool.
Indian. Yeah.
It's still not helping.
I still think the
Nope.
continent should be nuked.
Yep.
I agree.
Yeah. The Buddha Vista and Terralion thought that perhaps Tess Greymane was an alliance princess with a previous reincarnation of Anduin Wynn, and maybe that their clans signed contracts with each other to be eternal spouses. Unfortunately, Terralion and the Buddha Vista could not recall why and how Gan Greymane's kingdom fell prey to the werewolves and then turned into werewolves. Nonetheless,
What?
Buddha Vista remembered that Gan
That's canon.
Greymane sinned too much against the Buddhists during his galactic war against the Buddha in ancient eras. But what is past is the past, and what's done is done, and the werewolf that is now Gren Greymane, Tess Greymane, and Anduin Wynn could not escape their fate.
So
However-
the werewolf thing is canon. That's the only thing that's canon. This is a fever dream beyond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the absolute fuck?
Don't
Do we-
worry. Hold on. We're
do we-
getting there.
Do we get an okay buddy or flashbang by words from this?
I will give an okay buddy to this fic as well.
I don't even have that, but this
I-
deserves that.
I
one
do,
off.
in fact, have an okay buddy.
I one off.
Bashing, or I need a
However,
summary?
There was one way, and only one way, that the Buddha and Anduin could escape the fate of being eaten alive by Tess Greymane eternally. What? That final escape route was for Anduin to train himself from the ground up by the Buddha, and for the Buddha to become a new Buddha, or the male Buddha for all of eternity. Nonetheless, Anduin Wynn and Varian Wynn's acceptance of their fate and agreement to work with the Buddha, and signing the eternal contract of becoming the disciples once again. Oh man, I hope India never finds out about Tumblr. They already
Sneaky.
have canonized reincarnation. The last thing we need for them to do is to find out that you can reincarnate from fictional characters. That is the last thing we need to happen.
Sneaky, you don't want them to learn about kin reincarnation and just the kin system in general?
No, Joe's right about this
No.
being India. This is specific. Wait. My years of experience is telling me this is northern India. Don't ask me how I know that.
You know what? Well, let's just take a picture of this here. And then we'll go to Google.
You probably have to say, like, worshipped more or something.
Northwest India.
I called it. Early life is open to me. I don't even need to look at it. God, that's sad.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I only watched that clip all the way through after being reminded it was posted 3 days ago.
Oh, which one?
Narissa revealing,
yes.
citing the dark magics of
Yeah.
2013.
The Kenning. Yeah.
I think the Fuwamoka reaction is how most normies would react to that.
Yes.
What the fuck is wrong with you? At least they tried to understand. They attempted.
Yeah.
I think Tumblr needs to make a comeback to
Tumblr was a
reclaim
containment
all their
zone.
escaped inmates.
Tumblr was a containment zone, and unfortunately, that containment zone got broken open.
Hey, Atten.
Yeah?
I have a question for you.
Uh-oh.
Do you feel like this DM might have had some bad experiences in the past?
I am gonna need to make a note for that.
You start a new campaign and someone does. So what's the rule of death saving throws? And you just post this.
Yeah.
I mean, either that or they're running a hardcore campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I would like to try like a hardcore campaign probably once. Just to do it.
I feel like you would have to do it in a different...
No, I think if I was going to do it, I'd want to do it in 5e because 5e
is terribly balanced.
Horribly
balanced.
So you might actually get to live.
No, in the other direction.
No.
Horribly balanced in the direction of it relies on you getting death saving throws.
Like the level 1, 2, 3 is horridly balanced.
I remember Faceless, we were level like 3, and Faceless threw us up against a CR1 enemy whose the only ability they could cast was Heat Metal, but because they could fly and were a tiny creature, we literally couldn't hit them because our stats were not high enough to roll high enough to pass an AC 13 check reliably. And we didn't have any spells that could hit them. So we almost party wiped on them. It was just 3 creatures that could cast Heat Metal.
And did they just keep passing their concentration checks?
We couldn't.
They didn't have to concentrate. That's the thing.
Oh, because you just couldn't ever hit them,
hit
period.
them.
Got it.
Yeah.
And because we didn't hit them, they never had to make a con save, so we were taking persistent damage the entire time.
And let me guess, it was Heat Metal your armor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's
and
how
that, kids, is why you should always start with leather armor.
True. But, I mean, like, but the thing, though, is it's just like, well, what are we supposed to do about that? Or, some of us, it was Heat Metal the sword because some of us were wearing wood armor, and they're like, okay, Heat Metal sword. It's like, okay, well, now I don't have a weapon to hit them with.
Yep. Well, you see, one of you was supposed to be an archer with a wooden bow, and because you weren't playing like that, he decided to punish you.
That's what I'm saying. 5e is balanced around the idea that you're going to have 1 to 2 melee, 1 to 2 ranged, and a healer.
It's a jack of all trades party is what you're supposed to have.
Yeah. And then a skill monkey. And then it's also relying on the fact that the players can hit 0, and as long as one character is alive, technically the party doesn't die. And it's completely balanced around those 2 facets in 5e, and it's so dog shit. It's just so fucking dog shit. Faceless tried, and like, that's the thing about it, is Faceless wasn't trying to kill us. He wasn't even trying to give us hard encounters. He was trying to give us encounters balanced around the idea that our characters could beat the monsters he was sending at us, and consistently our characters were either massively underperforming or massively overperforming, and that's with him taking into account what we were capable of doing.
There was no middle ground.
The best example.
Notice when I was running the shit, I'm trying to remember what it was. The oh my god, why can't I think? The Waterdeep heist one, or yeah, the Waterdeep heist. Like, I was like, yo, these guys are gonna fucking bite it to a bunch of bandits with heavy crossbows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, someone nearly did.
Yeah.
And they would have if I hadn't gone, the wheel of fate is turning. Everybody gets to live through once, because it was their first campaign for some of them. I was like, I don't fucking want to kill their characters.
Yeah.
I'm not even trying to kill their characters.
Again,
Yeah.
it's only when you hit like level 5 that stuff is slightly more balanced.
And then even then, again, it's still, look, the problem with 5e is that you're massively underpowered. Because they didn't like how overpowered you were in 3.5. And so, like, no, you can't be overpowered. You can't have fun in your fantasy game.
Hang on. You are skipping the sins of 4th edition.
No, I'm not. 4 didn't happen.
4 didn't happen.
I was about to ask,
did
what about
happen,
4?
and it was even worse than, it was an even more poorly balanced bullshit mess than 5, because they made every character a fucking wizard.
Yeah, 4 didn't happen. That didn't happen. That was,
4
that
didn't
was
happen.
a delusion. A collective delusion.
That's just like the Berenstein Bears, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
The Berenstein Bears are real. I have 40 handbooks, so do I. Didn't happen. I spent my money on nothing.
Like the best example.
I can't believe
how...
Sneaky bought a blank book.
Yeah.
There is no 4th edition of D&D.
Yeah.
There is no 4th edition in D&D. Just like there's no war in Boxing Say.
There are 4 lights!
5.5!
There is 3.
Oh, no. If you're going to ask real D&D players, there's 2 lights. Advanced D&D and 3.5. No other versions of D&D exist.
Hang on a minute. Hang on. I think that's a little unfair to AD&D 2.
Is that?
Yeah, that's what I said. 2nd edition.
No, you just said Advanced D&D. There was AD&D 1.
Yes. That's what I meant. I meant the second one, the 2nd edition.
Ah, okay. No, I'm sorry. I meant because they did the 2nd edition of the actual proper 2nd edition of Dungeons & Dragons, which had its own advanced edition.
Yes. Yeah. The finalized version of 2. It's not proper D&D unless there's a little homebrew. Well, yeah, sure, obviously, and a little bit of homebrew here and there is to be expected. I mean, that was honestly the standard of 3.5. 3.5 was massively leaning on the idea of, okay, here's a shitload of templates. Here's a shitload of things you can do. Just go do some stuff. We don't care. Now, was that shit for the DM? Absolutely. However, they did choose to be the DM. You know, it's not like someone held a gun to them and said, you must be the DM.
Unless it was like a chance thing.
But you still agreed to it. Like, even if it's like, all right, we're all flipping a coin, or we're all best of 3, or whatever, it's like, you still agreed to becoming the DM.
There was always a chance you could have it happen. You can't just back out now or bitch about it.
And it could happen to you, too!
You
it could happen to me.
Could end up
it could happen to you.
Eternal DM someday.
It could happen to anyone.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the thing with Eternal DM, like, it's still a choice at the end of the day. It's like, okay, yes, if you want to play with this group of people, and they all suck at being DMs because they're fucking invertebrates, Yeah, sure, you end up as the eternal DM, but it's not like no one's forcing you to play D&D with these people.
Yeah.
Like, you are going into this knowing that if you want to play D&D with this specific group of people, you will have to be the DM. That's just
or you have to
how
accept,
it is. It's like being the only friend that can drive. As you know, back in high school, I'm sure some of us can at least relate to this. Is you got your driver's license and no one else did, so you just were the driver. If you wanted to go somewhere with your friends, you had to drive them there. That's just how it was.
I was a December kid, so I was the guy that was always the oldest last, so I didn't have to.
Yeah, there you go. But, you know, I wasn't. I was a July kid, so I was usually, you know, either first
I would say
or
I was a
last.
September kid, so depending on who we were going with, I had to be the one driving, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And so it was just like, yeah, I was the designated driver for my friend group for 3 years.
Which is really just an awful decision.
Considering I got air in a compact car.
I mean, the friends probably loved it, except for that one guy.
Yes, effectively,
Shame they got him. Shame they got him.
They did.
But yeah, I
mean,
like
him.
just the whole thing is just one of those. It's like, come on.
Yeah, it's yes. Does it suck? You're the forever DM in this group. Yeah, I mean, totally. I get it. You want to play someday. You just have to find a different group. It's like, I'm sorry,
or
but if none of your friends can count, then you just have to either accept it or find a new group of people to play with.
Or you've got to accept a subpar DM and let someone else do it. You can't just bitch about that.
Yeah. Now, exactly. I want to be clear. You can train if you beat enough people enough times, you can train a new DM.
There's a whip. There's a way.
There's a way.
When there's a whip.
There's
a
way.
Left, right, left, right.
Left, right.
Listen. Where there's a whip, where there's a way has no business being as good as it is. However, I am still a Goblin Town fan.
Fair. My dad was displeased and we were on a turn. Jesus Christ.
God.
Yeah, no, we were going through an intersection, but the thing is that one of the roads was laid first. So, the new road was lower than the old road.
Oh, dear.
Ooh.
So, when we hit the intersection, I was going like 40 over, and we got like a solid like 3 inches of air as we flew over the intersection.
Lovely.
I was just like, oh!
We're not dead, so it's a success.
I didn't do that
dead yet.
But at one point, I was learning how to drive, and I forgot how the brakes worked, and I may or may not have hit a sign.
Bring out your dead.
I want to be clear. That was super early in the Atten attempts to learn to drive phase.
I'm really curious to know what he was doing all the way up in Illinois at the time, but okay.
Funny.
Uh-huh.
I hit a trash can that was in the middle of the road one time. I was going like 40 miles an hour. I was like, I'm not dodging this fucking thing. It's a fucking piece of it's a fucking piece of cheap, thin plastic, and it's empty. That was the key part. Like, it was a full trash can, I probably would have just slowed down or whatever. But it was an empty trash can that some jackass decided to not take in. And so it, like, you know, rolled into the middle of the road. I was like, fuck you, dipshit. Fucking blew right through that thing, exploded it all over the place. I was like, fuck you, asshole.
Meanwhile, I don't drive much. I don't drive much anymore because I have really bad luck with driving, including going over a cliff once.
Sounds like a story for someday.
Someday.
How the fuck?
It wasn't a car, it was a quad bike, but...
Oh, okay.
Every time I've been in control of some sort of automated vehicle, I've either gotten into a crash, an accident from myself or someone else, or just ended up some real bullshit happening. So I'm not a good driver. I know I'm not, and I've got bad luck even when I am being a good driver. So I just don't drive as much anymore. It's also why I usually take the train to work.
See, I suppose we should all be grateful for that.
Yeah. But also, the train's pretty good. The train's pretty good because you can get a quick nap in.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
And also, there's certain carriages that if you avoid, you miss all the crazy people. For some reason, I never want to go to the further away ones, so... What?
Interesting.
What the fuck did you just find, Killionaire, in the emoji, in the GIFs of Discord?
That's the thing. Killionaire, how many fucking notifications do you have? Jesus Christ.
61? That's rookie numbers. I know someone with over 600.
How?
They are in a lot of servers, and they literally, like, DM people every single day, like, every hour, multiple people to check in with them and see how they're doing and just randomly talk to people. They've literally got a schedule of what days they message someone. I am on one of those days.
You don't have friendships then. You have a checklist.
Yeah. Yes, because they are a lot of fucked up people with fucked up pasts.
Uh-huh.
So part of it is to make sure none of them have decided to suicide themselves.
So what, they're playing therapist?
Yeah,
basically,
that's a medical job that you just described to us.
Yeah,
that
they do
play
therapist.
Field.
They do play therapist. Which I'm against, but I also just let them vent to me. I don't try to fix anything. I just let them talk how they're feeling to me sometimes.
Well, there's a difference between Sneaky sending me a DM about how fucking stupid his family is and how fucking angry he is.
To checking in to make sure everything's okay.
to me, regularly sending a message and being like, Sneaky, do you feel like killing your entire family today?
Must be a Tuesday.
The answer is yeah, he probably does, but you know.
Yeah. But literally, they are part of literally dozens, if not over 100 servers as well.
Bro, I have
and
like...
they don't mute any of them.
Bro, I have like 10 servers, and even then, I'm looking at pruning a couple of them. Like, some servers I barely even talk in.
Yeah.
Like, I'm part of Signs... I'm part of Signs server for when someone summons me. There's too many people in that server for me to start talking.
I mean, that's typically why I only ping Atten whenever I'm like, you know what, Atten might actually want to see this article.
Yeah, I'm part of 17 servers, and 2 of those are literally just, hey, that's dead, but I remember some good times I had in there, so I've got it up, still in it, just for the nostalgia's sake.
I suppose, yeah. I mean,
that's it.
I'm in a lot of fucking servers, but in the server is basically the definition of I'm part of it. I don't talk there. In terms of servers I talk in, it's this server, Orange server, Sign server.
Yeah. That's me. It's mine is just here in Arns mainly. Sometimes I'll speak up in Sign server, but that's usually to give fucked up ideas to Infont that goes into his stories.
True.
I'm still waiting on Sona to start Chris posting, by the way, Infont.
Fair. But yeah, I mute all of the servers, right? Like the only servers I don't have muted are mine, the Grey Devil production server, Sign server, and Orange server. Every other server I've just fucking muted. Like, I don't want notifications from them, If I want something from that server, I'll go to that server and be like, all right, did anything happen? Did anything happen? Did anything happen? Nope. Okay. The only notification messages I want to pop up on my Discord are people I know messaging me, people I know summoning me, and people I know asking me a question.
Yeah.
That's it. So I don't know how people have I have enough OCD. I'm not gonna call myself OCD, but I have enough OCD to just I cannot stand my Discord having an unread notification, let alone a direct message notification.
All right, I take it back. There are 17. 5 of those are I am leaving these here for purposes of sentimentality, and or they may someday. I hope that someday they return to activity. They will not, but I hope they do.
Discord's been trying to reach you about your car insurance. True. I can't stand my Discord having notifications, much less a direct message. Same. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, and
well,
it's also...
You know what? And I gotta be straight. Of those 17 servers,
What,
there's 2 of them. Yeah, that's correct. 2 of those servers are just 40K servers where I explicitly go to find pickup games.
Fair.
So,
but,
like,
yeah,
I don't even count them as real servers. Like, I mean, to be clear, they are real servers, and like people do a bunch of stuff in that. That's not what I use. I'm like, I am here for one thing only.
Yeah, but I mean that's how I treat a lot of servers. Of like, okay, this is a server for like Star Sector modding. I'm only ever going to check in on this server at all whenever I have a mod I have questions about or need an update for, or I'm trying to figure out why the mod is no longer available, why the mod author is banned, and why everyone's saying he's literally Satan now. Which, if I had a nickel for every time that happened, I would have 5 nickels, which is starting to be a concerning amount of Satans. But anyway, the next up story is a Warcraft self-insert called Lost Lion. Good news, everybody!
Oh no, I don't like
Okay,
that.
Dr. Farnsworth.
I was super excited because I saw that Ghost in the City finally updated again today. I was like, they're not dead!
Oh no, they're not dead. They've just been being paid to write instead.
Well,
I'm sorry, but where in getting reincarnated into Warcraft is good news, my friend?
It's not.
Okay, no, hang on.
No. If you know Warcraft lore...
It depends on when.
No.
What about the what about like
always hell?
Even 5,000 years after the first Burning Legion invasion?
If it's before the first Orc portal, if it's
still hell.
The first Orc portal,
it's still hell.
Really? Before the first Orc portal, but even after the first Burning Legion
Azeroth never stopped being hell.
Fair enough.
Okay, yeah, I'll be the first to say I don't know enough about pre-Orc portal times. What was so bad about that?
So, okay, so the starter lore. So, the Titans came across Azeroth when it was covered by Old God and Black Empires. And what happened to Black Empires? Mass slavery, mass torture, soul enslavement, all that fun stuff.
It was
so
everything
Titans
that
came
could
along
be bad.
and were like, that's bad, we don't like that, we're going to knock that shit out. So then they had a planet-spanning war for a fuck long time, and shitloads of people died horribly then. Everything sucked for a really long time. But finally, the old gods got defeated and got locked up. Their black empires were dismantled. And the old gods were like, great, fantastic. We're going to put a bunch of machines here and fuck off. So they put a bunch of machines there and fucked off. And then you had the Troll Empire era, where the trolls started doing troll shit everywhere. And the trolls never stopped doing troll shit. So all the troll shit that they're doing in modern day WoW, they were doing back then, except they were empires and doing it on an industrial scale.
So far, he is broadly correct.
So then the Troll Empires had this massive fucking civil war again. I mean, some sort of some
No
Black
Civil War.
Empire resurgences here, some civil wars there. Then the elves happened, and you would be like, oh, well, surely the elves are an improvement to this situation.
No, I don't need to. No, I don't need to know that. I know the elves are fucking assholes.
The Night Elves.
The elves are as much
committed
of an improvement to a
genocide.
situation as the Blood Angels arriving on your planet were an improvement to the situation. Technically,
Correct
Okay,
that
yes.
with Night Lords.
Okay, now I gotta ask Gray this question.
Yes.
Is it like a Flesh Terrors Blood Angel kind of situation improvement?
So the Night Elves showed up, and then within the span of 2 decades, the trolls were effectively regulated to pests. So it's Necron resurgence in the middle of an orc war zone.
Oh,
Yeah, not great. And then the Night Elves were like, hey, we're really drunk on all of this arcane magic. Let's start doing noble level sacrifices and, Eldari shit before they birth Slaanesh.
Again, broadly correct.
And then they birthed Slaanesh. Except instead of Slaanesh, it was a massive fell explosion that exploded the world so hard, tectonic plates were just like, oh, I'm here now.
So it wasn't an explosion intentionally, because it was the destabilization of a portal that Sargeras the Big Bad Head would have came through if it wasn't broken.
Of course it was Sargeras.
Yes.
Who
Always
else
is.
could it be?
Exactly, obviously.
Says the man who played Warcrafts 1 through 3.
Indeed, yes. So anyway, and then that happened, and then the elves were like, damn, our giant portal of infinite energy that we were, nobling our shit off of was blown up. So some of these are going to go become noble hippies. And you're like, well, surely they would just become hippies, right? No. See, they're going to go become hippies and start worshiping a tree built on top of a small puddle of the same infinite energy that they were previously siphoning, except they're still going to be noble hippies, and they're still going to do incredibly fucked up shit, except now it's in the name of nature.
Now it's in the name of nature. You got the druids, you got the priestesses.
So what I'm hearing is it's always been the Sun Elves.
It's always been the woman's fault.
Unironically, because the matriarchs control everything in there.
What did Blizzard
I
mean
wish
by
I
this?
was joking.
What did Blizzard mean by this?
Like, the most reasonable people in Night Elf society is the druids, who are mainly male.
So, a portion of those elves, well, yes, because
I
they
mean,
just
I
sleep
feel
all the
like
time.
most of them aren't reasonable. I feel like it's just the one.
No, there's a lot
No.
of reasonable male druids. It's just they just sleep most of the time
Yes.
when they're not cursing you into becoming a tree.
And usually you have deserved becoming a
Yeah.
tree if you manage to piss off a druid.
Yeah, usually. But
Looks at Broken
still,
Shore.
yeah. Well, and then they have the rise of the human kingdoms, and they have the blood elves going on, and they weren't called the blood elves back then. They called themselves the high elves. And you're like, well, are they being a little on the nose? No, their ears are very long.
A little bit on the ears.
Again, he's not wrong.
So the high elves made their own portal, but they didn't put a tree on it. And so they were just straight sipping that shit as well. And they were like, damn, why are we pale now? Anyway, so they became white. Don't ask
It
questions.
went from purple to white. They
Yeah.
lost most
With
of their
blonde hair and
ancestry
blue
from
eyes.
trolls.
That feels like we should
And they
ask
then
questions, but I'm
started
not going
considering
to.
themselves a superior life form to every other elf.
They kept talking about this Hyperborean war, and no one had any idea what they were talking about. Damn, rum chata is so fucking good.
I mean, the elven superiority was already baked into
Yeah, that was day one.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no! I know that was baked in.
Right.
I was just
Yeah.
going with the joke.
I
I
mean, you
understand
fucking
that.
they came out of the prime. Oh, right. By the way, so elves came from the goddess Elune. Elune was like, "Hey, there's a bunch of trolls around this giant portal of order. So I'm just going to use this giant portal of order, and I'm going to slam the trolls with it and order them into a more pleasing form. You're elves now. So say I, Elune, goddess of elves.
Because
still love
trolls
the red-
have hyper adaptation.
Yeah. I still
That
love
is-
the Red Moon bullshit you
Wait,
did with fucking
wait,
Undying Scarab.
wait!
That was
Thank
No,
you.
hang on. You
Yeah.
can't tell me that all of the elves are just trolls.
Yes,
Yes,
elves
we
are a
can.
troll subspecies.
Yes.
Oh,
The only natural spawning race
my
in
God.
Azeroth are the trolls and the Tauren.
Yep.
Everything else is in some way or form mutated or crafted in, including
Or not
humanity.
supposed to be there.
or not
Looking at you,
natural.
Janai.
I mean, so it's like centaur, gnolls, harpies.
There's a
they're all
couple,
kind of.
but
They're like, well, see, the thing is with the most of them is I think they're actually like elemental descendants. So I think trolls are the only Azerothian descendant, as in they came from Azeroth, not they weren't not influenced by external forces. But like centaurs can trace their descendancy from an earth elemental. Harpies can trace their descendancy from a wind elemental. Gnolls, I think, are Trog adjacent, and Trog were gnome adjacent, and gnomes were from mechagnomes.
Trogs are failed or no, they're failed dwarves.
Failed dwarves, right? That's what it was. Yeah, and so so I think gnolls and trogs were just dwarf adjacent then.
Gnolls, no. Gnolls came from an ancient guardian, so they are from the same thing as the harpies. He's and a couple other races.
Right. That was the fucking Mists of Pandaria shit, right?
No, they have been around for a long ass time.
No, I meant the Akavir Empire, or whatever the fuck they were called, the guys who were stone. The
Akaviri? Did they have katanas?
So those guys have been around since Warcraft 3. Hey,
I'm aware. I'm talking
we
about
actually
in terms
got
of lore,
them
not in terms of video games.
We got the majority of lore from the Tolvir and Kata.
Right, Tolvir, that's what it was, yeah. But they were mentioned in MoP as well. I'm just trying to place where these. But hey, point being is, trolls effectively are the only species that were actually natively evolved on Azeroth and aren't just a subspecies of some creation or elemental.
Yeah. So.
But,
okay, so listen, I need chat to understand the reason I am laughing my ass off about that is because you have no idea what that knowledge does to all of the elves.
Yeah, this is so this knowledge, if the elves knew of this knowledge, this would be like declared a hostile infomorph.
You
like
have
a
to understand,
medic hazard.
This would be like every human being who's ever alive finding out that we was Kangs was correct.
No, not even we was Kangs was correct. finding out that fucking Yakub was correct.
It is so. It is so just bad to them because it shatters the entirety of their view, their philosophy, and everything of we were greatness when we came
Ironically, 90% of problems in World of Warcraft are because of the fucking elves.
Oh, yeah, no. Well,
like,
again, that's because at the time, no Warcraft, because Warcraft was intended to be a Warhammer thing.
Mm-hmm.
StarCraft wasn't, but Warcraft was.
No, StarCraft and Warcraft were both meant to be.
I'm pretty sure StarCraft is really close to 40K. I'm gonna press X to not believe.
Sure looked it up that
so both of them were meant to be pitched to GW. Back when they were being created, of hey, we want to make a game. Here's what we got. And GW laughed and said no.
One of them they got the license. No, one of them they had the license.
That was for Warcraft, Orcs, and Humans.
The license
was originally envisioned as Warcraft, Orcs, and Humans 1994 was originally envisioned as a licensed Warhammer Fantasy game, but Blizzard and Games Workshop failed to reach a licensing agreement while Blizzard was already working on the game. So Blizzard pivoted and turned their engine into its own original fantasy property. By the time the StarCraft entered development a few years later, Blizzard was making an original sci-fi strategy game from scratch, and while it drew heavily from the aesthetics of the time for sci-fi military, such as Warhammer 40K and Starship Troopers and Alien, StarCraft was conceived independent from any work being done on any other video game.
Yeah. I knew StarCraft obviously super heavily inspired. Was not actually like a project that was being worked on for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, continuing where Sneaky left off in this. Blood Elves, or rather the High Elves, they made their own kingdom in the north. They worked with the humans, who had come from the giant and half-men, the giant and the half-giants, there we go. The Vrykul, who their king said, all humans are to be slaughtered. Anyone harboring them is to be slaughtered. Humans and their parents went off to Tirisfal, and they settled there.
Which is why the humans are so freakishly strong, is because actually they're descendants of superhumans who are descendants of literal metal constructs. Don't ask questions.
Yes. And that is why they are also able to live to, on average, 100 years old.
No, wait, hang on. What do you mean the constructs had descendants?
Yeah, so basically there was an old god who is known as the god of death, but the reason why he was known as the old god of death isn't because he actually killed people, it's because he gave the curse of flesh to all of the constructs, invoking mortality upon all of the machinery of Titan Order.
So, mechagnomes were effectively clockwork automatons that are roughly the size of a gnome. They got turned into flesh and blood. And the earthen were literally a stone.
It was him! Toaster fucker did it!
Yes.
There are no laws against the mechas, Batman!
Yeah. So, the earthen and the iron dwarves as well, were effectively metal and stone dwarves that had the stone effectively flake off, and lo and behold, there's flesh now. The Vrykul, were basically half giants that came from iron, Vrykul, who then slawed off the iron, and then they were flesh and blood. Humans came from them because the curse of flesh went even further and made what they were considered degenerative cool. That's roughly there. There's also the Mogu and the Tolvir. We're not going to get involved with them. Both of them don't matter. So, anyway, we get to humans and the elves. They work together to form a kingdom for both in the north. They beat the shit out of the forest troll whole empire that's been there and is currently sitting on top of the corpse of a giant general of the old gods, Hids, that they literally built their temple on top of. And they beat the shit out of him. They took a man's arm and eye, because fuck you, that's why. And because of that, they did not like him. Or rather, he did not like them. We now go, all the way to the first war, because that's when the orcs arrived. They have allied with the jungle trolls. Everything went to hell with Stormwind. Stuff died. Orcish horde gets heads decapitated from its leader. Okay, we move to the next thing with the second war. Everything goes to hell. The only reason it falters is because Gul'dan does a fuck up and tries to get Sargeras there.
Yeah.
And then tries to double cross Sargeras. Which, no. That's just me.
I'm going to double cross Sargeras.
I'm gonna double cross Satan. Don't you get your powers from Satan? Yeah, why?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Isn't he capable of putting you on a horrible permanent timeout? Yeah, and?
Well, I think I'm still going to double cross Satan.
Yeah.
But listen, I know he gave me godlike power and the ability to resurrect the dead, but what's he done for me lately?
What's with the lengthy pause after every sentence? Why do you talk like an AI TTS? It's to keep you interested in fun.
That's just how Gray be.
Mm-hmm.
I do a lot of pausing as mine's trying to slow down.
At least Gray pauses to think before talking, instead of doing me, and I'm just like,
Word enters my mind. Yeah, word enters your mind, and you just talk, and you're like, "Fuck! Now I forgot what word, I got to think of the right word after this one."
Yeah. How do English do
So now to address the actual question, why is living in Azeroth bad? Everything is trying to kill you.
I mean, honestly, the best point in time to live in Azeroth is right now, because everything is feel happy, good stuff. And yeah, sure, like, you have the, scary midnight war with the invasion of Void, but it's so fucking sanitized at this point that the only people that ever actually get harmed in any combat are soldiers.
Like, there's no civilians that get screwed over. There's no...
The last time civilians were mass killed was what? Battle for Azeroth?
Probably. But don't worry, with the direction it's going, soon being male means that you're going to get killed. With the directions it's going, soon being male means you're going to get killed. Because you're in the way of girl bossing.
True. Yeah, you get born as a male in Azeroth, get ready to die! You're in the way of a new guild boss.
The actual best time to live is during the events of Dragonflight, because that was the most heavily sanitized. Nothing was going wrong. The actual adventurers were taking care of everything in Dragonflight. And it was
Even
localized to
child
Dragonflight.
murdering terrorists got pardoned in Dragonflight.
Yes. Like, there was a lot of stupid shit.
Some of them were super helpful.
No, they weren't.
No.
I'm aware.
They literally said, after being pardoned, "You're fucking stupid for pardoning me. I'm gonna go do it again now." And then they flew off and did it again.
Yes.
Surely they didn't mean that they're gonna go do it again. Oh, they did it again.
But yeah. Shadowlands was the last time that civilians or civilian adjacent got killed / bad touched is what I'm going to call it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Meanwhile, so Kaz, you're gonna love the ending of this chapter.
Oh?
So the ending line of this chapter... the ending line of this chapter is gonna be Taylor going, "I know Wolvar now."
That's so useless.
And then... What was it? What was that? That's not a Laria Windrunner, right? Or is that a Laria Windrunner?
Varisa.
Varisa Windrunner then goes, "That's so useless." And then Taylor goes, "Yeah, it is now."
It is now. So, there's only going to be 2 tribes of Wolvar left in just a couple of chapters.
And neither of them are verbal species.
Oh my god, the amount of people you're gonna get. But what about the Wolvar that are sentient and full of feelings and shit? And you're gonna go like...
The only Wolvar that are... So these Wolvar are technically neutral. Oh, friendly. The only other one is in Sholazar Basin, who we are not touching with a 70-foot pole.
Sholazar Basin isn't even being mentioned. Yet nothing happened there.
Like, in the omakes for the game stuff, nothing is getting mentioned because it's just the same exact thing that happens in canon. Nothing has changed. Nothing that
Which is to
Taylor
say, it's the most boring zone in existence.
I went through that once. I don't go back there.
Yep.
It's not fun.
Yep.
It is miserable to go through because there's one flight point. There's one end point.
Yeah, it's so pointless. It's, oh, do you want to join the Murlocs or the Wolvar? It's like, does it matter? No. Okay.
Actually, yes, but...
I mean...
Yes, but no. Yes,
it matters for rewards once, and then you're done.
Yeah,
okay.
but you easily surpass those rewards.
And I never thought I'd say this, the Murlocs are the good guys.
So, yes, the Gorloks, because they're called that instead, are the good guys in Sholazar because, specifically, they got hit with the Titan bullshittery that makes them smarter, and their entire thing is just, we want to be left alone with our technology. That's
like I said, I never, ever thought I'd be up here going, you know...
Yeah, and then this damn tribe of Black Wolvar came in on their territory and started killing them all. What did Blizzard mean by this?
God, I really wish I had the time and effort to get into WoW.
No, you don't.
I actually do.
So, Toaster, you make a joke, but that's honestly not too far off. I don't want the autocorrect Gorlock the Destroyer. I want Gorlock WoW. So this is what they look like. I mean, it's almost you can't even tell the difference, really.
Uncanny.
It's uncanny. Fish with teeth.
So these are the Arctic version of the Murloc. There is also the Deep Sea Murloc. We don't care about those because they only exist in one area. The Gorloks love living next to steam vents, geothermal vents, whatever the hell. They live nowhere else but there.
Anyway, good news, everybody! I was inserted into my favorite video game franchise, Warcraft. First published in 2023. Really, your favorite video game franchise by the time of 2023 was Warcraft?
I mean, there's a chance they played Warcraft 3 first and then just kind of looked shit up. So.
Bitch, there's a chance they played fucking Warcraft 1! First
True.
joined in July 31st, 2000.
True.
Oh my god.
Okay then.
Damn. Haven't updated their profile since 2016. Yeah, we haven't updated our government system since then either. Author has written 36 stories for, if you didn't think he was old as fuck before this, now you will. Ranma, Sailor Moon, Heaven's Lost Property, Warcraft XN, Song of Ice and Fire, Battlestar Galactica 2003, Ruby, StarCraft, Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon, La Blue Girl, Sailor Moon crossovers. Why is Sailor Moon crossovers? Oh my... That's how you know he's old. He posted back when the crossovers section was its own section.
Yeah.
Oh
Bentar, Genshin, Magikoi, Hayate, Data Live, Infinite Stratos, Naruto.
Hyde the Combat Butler.
Yeah, that's
holy shit. I haven't thought about that series since at least 2008.
Gentlemen, we are in the presence of an ancient.
I've thought about that more, but that's because of the fandoms I was a part of. Holy shit.
I'm pretty sure we just ran into a random Hayate crossover in the last 4 years, actually.
We might have. I just don't remember.
Because you had a similar reaction of, what is this doing into 2020?
I am a huge fan of crossover. In my humble opinion, an original author verse is the canon and thus the perfected version of that universe. And while you can write a fanfic in the original author verse to show a different path, the real challenge of a fanfic is to bring together two series and mesh them well. This is why I dabble in crossovers. There are strong characters in a series that sometimes you want to see in another series. The examples, such as Tomoki from Sora no Oto, joining Ichika from Infinite Stratos. To me, seeing the shameless pervert who doesn't take shit actually do something about the crazy hot girls around him would be awesome. Likewise, my favorite series is Ranma. And as to such an anime exists in a timeless state that can be thrown into the past or future, while the original concept is more than amazing, I always want to see how he stacks up against other people. Which I will say is completely fair. Ranma stands on its own. I'm not going to call it perfect like this author, but I will say that the formula that was used to create the original manga, not the anime, the original manga was... It was just right. It was in the Goldilocks zone of enough nonsense, but not too much nonsense, and the plot always progressed just enough, but not too much, and the escalation was just enough, but not too much, for I would say 95% of the series.
Wait. I know this fucking author from his Fate fucking stories.
Amazing.
They're all terrible. Every single one was dog shit. I was like, you know what? I love Fate so much. I could give these a try.
Do you
And they
really
were
expect
all
anything different?
I love how often that happens on this stream. Someone gets excited from recognizing an author, but it's because their work is shit.
I recognize this man. He pisses on a piece of paper.
Yeah, this is the person that wrote the fucking Mordred, Arturia, and Fem Shiro in Westeros. Shiro got gender bent. He was a male in Fate, but they're in Westeros as a female. I fucking remember this dude. Because this is when I was super big on Fate stories. I was basically reading anything.
Faceless.
And
Faceless recommended that story.
Yeah, that's
it. Did he?
He did.
Somehow I am not surprised by this
Faceless
information.
recommended this story, and then I read and it was dog shit. I stopped after like 5 chapters, and then I tried the rest of his stories because I loved Fate that much, and then I was like, wow, this whole fucking author is dog shit.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Phoenix.
This.
That is exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Wait a second! I recognize you! You shit on plates.
God.
I tend to favor series and stories with strong protagonists, not wimps like Ichika, Kitaro, and others, which is why Ranma and Tomoki fit my bill, for me mostly, as they do stuff under their own power. Shiro from Fate Stay Night enjoy love-hate relationship with me. I like him, but I dislike how on the rails he is as a character. Well, clearly you've never read the light novel.
Oh, that was... Facebook recommended that
is on the rails as a character.
Yes, Rin's defenseless anus is on the rails.
9 years ago.
It is definitely getting railed.
I don't think that's the rails he was talking about, Sneaky, but alright.
But it is canon.
So I'm having to sit here and like... He's legitimately one of the most interesting characters in the entirety of the Fate franchise, like, unironically.
Yeah. Unironically, yeah. And so, honestly, I think Shiro was done really dirty because the anime came out before a lot of people have ever even heard of the series. And so their first taste of Shiro was the Dean-verse version of Shiro.
Yeah. That was a weird mashup. Yeah.
Yeah. Which did not only was it a weird mashup of all 3 paths, they got them wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were mashing all 3 paths.
Yeah.
Like, credit where it's due, I respect the effort, but the effort did not result in a good final product.
No. Like, if you don't count cartoons growing up as a kid and thinking they were cartoons, Dean Stay Night was my first anime. And going from that to the visual novel and reading all 3 paths made me realize, holy shit, they got so much wrong.
Like, Shiro is crazy deep as a character, but they lost 95% of his depth when they made the anime because a lot of his depth came from his narrative thought bubble.
Yep.
His narration was super
And Unlimited Blade Works continued what Dean Stay Night did. They didn't use his thought bubble as much. They did have an argument between Shiro and Archer that was as deep as the thought bubble, but it really was held up by its animation.
Yeah.
Rather than its characters.
Yeah. Yeah. That's just Ufotable working their magic with their fight scenes. Right there.
I will say, I would like to see a Ranma anime remade under Ufotable the same way they did Demon Slayer.
Yeah.
Okay.
even if they use all the same
All right,
wording and fucking lines from the original Ranma, the just animation
counterpoint.
update from that would be good.
I would just
I think
love to see.
I think your best bet is to hope that they make the 3 best arcs into 2-hour-long movies apiece.
Oh yeah, sure. I don't care how it's done. I would just love to see those fights reanimated with the extra SFX that came with Demon Slayer.
God.
Hey,
Oh yeah.
hey,
Okay,
gentlemen! If Arthas
give
got
me-
time traveling, got sent to the past, who would he get with, Jaina or Sylvanas?
Why the fuck are we going back to that when we're talking about better stuff?
Yeah,
Because I was looking at the story.
I'm disconnecting.
Arthur Von White.
I'm disconnecting the Australian. But not actually. But what we need, give me the camera work of UBW with the special effects of Demon Slayer for Ranma.
Yeah.
That would actually go really fucking hard.
That would go so hard.
Because their camera work, and not even just UBW, like the camera work from every Type Moon thing they've worked on. Because the camera work they do in those is insane because they're animating twice in those fight scenes.
Yeah.
Because they are making proxies in 3D modeling software and tracing the camera angles and poses from those angles with the actual characters.
That makes sense, yeah. Oh god, I would love to see those fucking fights. Because that, oh man.
Sneaky, if only you Ranma fans could get an arena fighter from CyberConnect 2.
Right? Yeah, can we get an arena fighter?
It has to be CyberConnect though, because they're the only ones that can make it look good. It might be a little rough as an arena fight. Like, they did Demon Slayer. The first one, a little rough, but there was a thing there. Second one made a bunch of improvements.
Right.
But the effects remained the effects remained CyberConnect magic.
But yeah, no, that's man. I just have, it's just just imagining how sick those fights are.
Oh, that would be
special effects.
The best anime I could see with Ufotable redoing with their animation prowess, funny enough for me, it's Sailor Moon. The things they could do with
You know what? That would be sick as fuck as well. Yeah.
That would be really cool. But hear me out. The thing I want most, I want Berserker versus... I'm sorry, I need to be clear. Berserker Lancelot versus...
Gilgamesh?
Versus
in the
Gilgamesh.
Air Dog fight?
I want
in the
that
fight with Yamato and
updated.
Jet?
I want that updated.
Yeah.
I see.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was already pretty solid.
It was.
Now that we're talking about like dream
better.
projects, I would love to see them do I'd love to see them do some of the fights from G Gundam in their style.
Ooh.
I would love.
I don't want the whole series. I literally just give me the original series.
Well, you know, Max,
to a new animation style.
You know, Max, we draw ever closer to you getting your wish.
You know what? I hate to say it, but Fate Zero remade by Mappa with the same JJK fight choreography they use in Fate Zero would actually be pretty peak.
That actually would be pretty good. Yeah, I'll have to give credit to that. Yeah.
JJK's got some real solid.
So
it's got some solid
so
stuff.
Mappa redoes Zero, and then Udafo does Ranma.
Ranma and Sailor Moon, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, a Ranma Sailor Moon crossover.
Look, the fact that we don't have that yet is practically criminal.
Trigger does Berserk just so that Dragon Slayer is as big as it always needs to be.
Wait, was Ufotable fucking Demon Slayer?
They were, yes.
Yes, they were.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, oh man, yeah, Trigger's another good one. Yeah, no, they would. Man. Too bad we're never gonna get shit like that.
I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, we're almost there for Gundam with the Dream crossover because Studio Trigger is actually working on the new show that was announced,
which I am
with Sunrise. And what's
so
crazy
excited for
is I'm so used. I didn't realize this. Like I was like, this isn't Sunrise usual style. Is this Studio Trigger? And then we got the announcement after. It's like, oh wow, I nailed that immediately because their current modern style is really recognizable.
So, solution, guys. I have a solution to this problem because we're never going to get anything that we dream of. I have a solution to this problem. Clearly, what we need to do is we need to make an original story so immensely popular, so zeitgeistable, that the Japanese can't help but request us to have a license to the property. And then we go, yes, of course you guys can have a license to the property on the condition that Trigger writes the story and UFO Table animates it.
Oh man,
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think we're getting a good Berserk anime until they go, unless they go back to doing hand-drawn Berserk.
Or Uro Butcher. I'll also accept Uro Butcher writing the story.
Sneaky. I've got a better idea. We'll bring in Uro Butcher for a general outline.
Yeah.
But I want Trigger and Ufotable to be animating this in the old style of animator versus animator for the Superman Jiao Jiao days. I want them to just keep swapping the fight scenes. Like, all right, it's your guys' turn. We've had it for a week.
No. Okay, listen. What I really want is for them to be swapping mid-episode.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. So I want them swapping mid-fight scene. I want this to be a monthly series.
No, you know what? Here we go.
Why does it take a month to 20 minutes? Because they're having to swap it back and forth every 30 frames.
One side has to be the villains, and the other side has to be the heroes. So whenever... whenever one side is beating on the other side, they have to swap between each other.
And the old mentor with the best fight choreography is done by Mappa.
With a surprise guest, Mappa.
As the old sensei, it's like, student, you are struggling. Let me show you how it's truly done.
Just absolute fucking no special effects beatdown.
Yep.
Yep, that's how you do it. You just have to become a zeitgeist, okay? We just have to reach zeitgeist status. It's easy.
We just somehow have to make sure people never look at any other episodes of your stream and only ever see that one clip talking about the obvious best animation studio crossover ever.
Yeah.
And then profit.
Exactly, yeah. That's all we gotta do. It's easy.
And that's when we bring in the big bucks with the slice of life.
That's the cooldown episode. God, actually, no, there was one studio that was really insanely good for slice of life because they would put just the budget in the most random fucking scenes. I can't remember.
Was it the same one that did Kaguya-sama?
I mean, they had pretty solid work. I don't remember which studio it is. I was about to say Clover, but I don't think it's Clover.
A1 Pictures?
I think Clover has
A1 Pictures?
Oh, yeah, it's A1. Actually, yeah, because, like, they've really come into their own as an animation studio. They've gotten a lot better, just in general, with their stuff.
Yeah, they did.
I think A1 coming in for the breather episodes would be. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah. I could live with that. I could definitely live with that.
Yeah, because A1 Big March comes in like a Lion, Kaguya-sama, and other shit like that. Yeah.
I'll say this for A1. I've never disliked their art style. It's just that their fight animations are
my favorite fix. I'm a pretty old school person.
But they've been getting better. They've been getting a lot better. I don't know why they kept being given Fate Grand Order, but they definitely kept improving with every Fate thing they got to work on for action.
What studio did Daily Life of High School Boys?
Oh shit! Actually, you know what? Speaking of getting better, so Blue Archive decided that in its death, it's gonna post an actually crazy
Sunrise.
They did Daily Lives of High School Boys, yeah.
I'm not surprised. Sunrise has a crap ton of animations under their belt. Everything from mecha to slice of life to action.
They did Code Geass. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
And Gintama. And Inuyasha. Wow, they really have done a lot. Love Live, Cowboy Bebop.
They've
shit,
done so much. Your childhood probably has like 30% is made by Sunrise.
Yeah.
At least.
I could have sworn it was posted. Where the fuck is it?
Well, Sneaky, where's the thing that's getting better?
No, it was definitely posted after this.
Original Berserk. What has OLM done? Other side of that. Oh, wow, they did Komi-san and fucking the Alchemist one. Damn.
The Alchemist? What the fuck do you mean the Alchemist one? Tells us nothing.
The fucking... I got the Japanese name here. Kusuria no Hitori Goto. The one with Mao Mao.
Oh, isn't that the Apothecary Diaries or something like that?
Apothecary Diaries, that's it. Not Alchemist, sorry.
That's one I need to get around to watching. I've seen some great clips of Mao Mao.
God. I actually remember Inazuma 11. God damn. Nagatoro-san.
I remember the name, never saw it.
It was my very first sports anime. The soccer one.
You know, it's always interesting watching people be like, I don't get sports anime. That's not how the sport works. Like, no.
What the fuck?
You're misunderstanding the point. It's not to really show you how the sport works. It's trying to replicate the feeling of playing the sport and how it feels sometimes.
Wait, there was a Disgaea anime?
No, there's no way it went that back.
Yeah,
I am lost.
Dead.
Or maybe you can help.
What the fuck are you looking for? Or's not here, by the way.
Fuck. So recently Blue Archive announced the next volume in its storyline.
Yeah, after they killed themselves by fucking up their pity system.
Yeah. And the next volume is like... It's some real schizo shit, as if the rest of the story wasn't already schizo shit. But it's real schizo shit of, like, new students in Gehenna, the demon place, show up. And for some reason, Hina is now fighting her entire police force. And she's on the side of the Gehennan president, who normally she would be fighting. And, like, I'm being told by some people it's brainwashing. Wait. I'm being told by other people that both of the president and Hina were brainwashed, or I'm not really sure why. What the fuck's going on?
Blue Archive do not encourage those particular fans with brainwashing.
Right, I know. Yeah,
I want to introduce that as canon.
Yeah, I
know. It's.
I'm glad Sign isn't here for that, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah. So anyway, but the point is, they
summoned him.
Basically like. They just decided, hey, to announce this volume, we're just gonna drop like a 1-minute fight scene. Just a fully animated video fight scene. And it's like, oh, okay.
Okay, now you have my attention because, like, some of the trailers we get for new things in gacha games are insanely good. Like, most of the promo videos I've seen from Fate Grand Order events and new story chapters dropping.
Also, I made a joke that when I fucking saw the fight scene and the plot behind why it happened, my brain immediately was like, oh yes, And now Chad Sensei is walking through the streets, and as he is walking through the streets to the soundtrack of the Killer Bean meme song, you know, where all the beans are dancing and it's playing that one song. To that soundtrack playing as the sensei is walking through the streets, and every delinquent girl that's caused a problem throughout all of the storylines is like grabbing guns and following him to go on his march on Gehenna.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
what?
remember that.
No, hang on.
I remember that. No,
can you link
I remember
that?
Oh, fuck. What was that? Fuck. I know what you're talking about, Sneaky. I'm just trying to remember the name.
Right?
Okay.
And I can't find it.
Of course not. That would be easy.
Well, then what good are you?
But anyway, meanwhile, so this author decides he's going to call out a couple of stories as his peak classic, you know, OG amazing fanfics. And I will say his taste is pretty okay. I'm not going to say it's all good. I don't like quite a few of these fics. But he announces one, Process of Elimination, and he says, to me, Process of Elimination was the sort of finale on this era of fanfic. So
yeah, I can get that.
And Process of Elimination was a unannounced crossover between Ranma, Tenchi Muyo, and Sailor Moon. Earth is endangered by a race of bioengineered monsters. All those who can assemble and fight to the end, but will it be enough to save Earth? It's a 9-chapter, 134,000-word fic. It went on for 4 years and then never got finished. And honestly, I have to agree with him just on all of these descriptors alone. This kind of was the end of a certain era of fanfic.
It was. Yeah.
Old Terra. Yep. Starts off with a future event explaining how the past went. Yep. Like that is just that I will say, okay, yeah, fair enough. That is kind of like the end of an era, yeah.
It was, yeah.
Here's my ideas. I don't really care because you stopped fucking updating. Update 2/11/2016. Things have been hectic with the death in the family. For those who are interested, I use Patreon now. Patreon then shut down my page because someone was fraudulently donating to me. I set that page up in the beginning of November, and I have not received any money from them. Those that legitimately donated to me, according to Patreon, they have refunded you. If they didn't, let them know. I'm so glad you're letting people know this information in a fucking author's note on your profile.
Not
anywhere they would see it.
Yeah. Which I've also never heard of that, because like 2016 Patreon usually did a good job of taking care of creators. So
no, 2016 they banned Sargon.
What did they ban him for?
They banned him. Yes, they banned him for a mean word. So he said a specific mean word, the naughty word you can't say from anyone to a certain section of the globe. He said that word, but it's not that he said that word recently. They banned him for saying that word back in 2008 on a live stream being viewed by 6 people. Yeah. And the context of him saying the word was he was insulting Nazis, saying you're acting like a bunch of white...
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Okay, but either way, like 2016, if someone was using a fraudulent payment method,
Yeah, I don't think they
they
would
usually
take
would
you
have
down for that. Yeah.
they would have talked to
Yeah.
the creator like, hey, we're noticing an issue here. Do you happen to know this username personally? Blah blah. Like there would have been a small investigation, and if they decided, well, your answer seemed really fucking suspicious, so we're gonna shut your page down.
Well, I mean, which
It
doesn't
would
make
be
a lot
one
of
thing.
sense at all in general, because it's just like, why would they shut your page down for someone using a fraudulent, like, regardless of if you knew them or not?
Yeah.
Unless the fraudulent way
Unless
of
it was
doing it
repeated.
was they were giving you money every month, and then every month they were charging back the money after you were issued the money. But that would only make sense if you were withdrawing the money before Patreon could remove the chargeback amount of money from your account. But even then, that would be an inside job, because then you would be removing the money after you got paid the money from a suspiciously large donation, which would indicate that you were committing the fraud intentionally. But if you're claiming also that you didn't get any of the money because Patreon hasn't paid you at all, then Patreon would have just removed that donation from your payment that they supposedly haven't given you. So then there wouldn't be a problem with the fraud, because then the fraud never happened, because they removed the money before you were able to take it. So... I mean, you know... But anyway, yeah, point being is that he has not updated his profile since 2016, and yet he has posted a story as recently as 2023. Yes, and that is also his most recent story idea. His last story idea was in 2020 and was last updated 10 days later. He only ever posted 3 chapters, all ultimately only accumulating 2K words per chapter, and he decided to cross Danmachi and Konosuba. Takes place after Konosuba and before season 2 of Danmachi. I can start to see why maybe all of his Fate stories were dog shit.
Huh.
Homo Superior, House of M, a Ranma X-Men crossover. What?
I don't know about that one.
God's blessing on whatever remains. Hardcore shut-in Kazuma died. Goddess Aqua wanted to send him to Iris World. Until another world need help. A world of fairy tale come to life, a world overrun by great evil, an evil that he has been tricked to fight if he want to live or at very least survive, a world of bloody evolution.
Oh, shut up.
You know,
anyway,
if it wasn't for everything post Volume 4 and onwards,
yeah,
theoretically he might have been able to actually save Remnant, because supposedly the author's own own record is saying that if he hadn't wasted his wish in grabbing Aqua and recruiting Megumin and Darkness, he actually would have beaten the Demon Lord within like 2 or 3 months in Konosuba.
King Faker, Fate Stay Night, Mizik Cartoons crossover.
Yeah, anyway,
King
good night, everybody.
Arthur and the Knights of Justice cartoon.
Okay. Let's see what this is. Holy! This is a 1992 animation, boys. Ran from 92 to 93 with 2 seasons, 26 episodes total. This series is barely older than I am.
It is older than I am.
Don't say those words, Cass. That hurts me.
It's older than I am.
Don't say those words. Those hurt me. Warp Realities. Ranma Sailor Moon crossovers. Ranma dies against Saffron. Given another chance at life by Erd, oh my goddess. Ranma is intent on taking full advantage. Peaceful days ahead for our hero. Ranma, Sailor Moon, Oh My Goddess, Flames of Rebecca, and Bastard crossover, but not as crazy as it sounds. 300k words. Not even completed. I'm sorry, first posted in 2000. You know what? That does sound like a 2000 story. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, last updated 2016 though.
Yeah, 16 years later. I'm sorry, that's at 2 chapters a year. I hope to God a majority of those chapters were not 2 chapters a year style for a crazy ass massive crossover like that. Wow.
I'm not sure. That's an average of like just short. Yeah, it's about 9,000 per chapter, give or take.
His
I'm not
longest
sure
story
crossover
is the
that
one
big.
he just published.
Uh-oh.
The Lost Lion.
Uh-oh.
Is this... Do we have... Is this not ChatGPT? Is this legitimately written? Systems! We have a gamer system, boys!
No. No, 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 no. I don't suppose there was an opening character description at the top there.
Was there an opening description? Nope, just preface, author's note, I am still trying to write. And then we get right into the story.
Okay.
And then the story gets right into him being reincarnated.
Well, we definitely can't say story chapter doesn't get to the point.
Oh, I tried to read this story. This story was on Space Battles. I tried to read this story, and I immediately fucking dropped it the second I hit Gamer System.
So you ran into this in the wild already on a completely different site.
Crapahula, I was Lothar Cannon Fodder son. It was shown in film that he was not good like Lothar. He got killed by mob character to further Lothar's storyline. All right, time to eat, Nurse said happily as she closed door to different room. Wait, lady, hold up. I'm not into infantilism. I will eat applesauce or drink milk, so no need to nurse me like real baby. Well, you need to be nursed like a real baby because breast milk from a human is literally incomparable to cow milk in terms of nutrition for a baby. Literally just not even... You can't even measure them.
I'm pretty sure the accepted substitute, if you know, for whatever reason can't get the human breast milk, is actually goat milk as well.
Yes.
Like...
It's thicker. Yeah.
Actually...
Well. I have seen the Warcraft movie a few times to support it, you know.
No.
The one with Travis Fimmel, Ragnar Lothbrok.
Oh no.
What's wrong, Gray?
The Warcraft movie was pretty awful. Well, it was good for everyone who didn't watch, who didn't play
I was about
Warcraft.
to say, as a not Warcraft fan, it was okay.
Yeah, for everyone that wasn't a Warcraft fan, yeah.
Where there were points where I'm like, I wonder if this would piss off the Warcraft fans I have in my life.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
It was grating.
It's like many adaptations we see, which is like, if you're not a fan of the thing, it's okay. If you are a fan of the thing, boy, they could have done better.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rewatch it though.
Like, honestly, I think
one
the
watch was
worst
enough.
adaptation ever. You might have to fight me on this, but I think the worst adaptation ever was Aragon.
In Lord of the Rings?
No, Aragon.
The
Oh,
book
right,
series.
Aragon, the
Aragon,
inheritance
yay.
cycle.
Yeah.
Inheritance cycle.
I can't bring myself to disagree. I think even Steel was a better adaptation.
Because the problem with Aragon versus like the live action Dragon Ball, right? The reason why I say Aragon's the worst is because it was actually the worst of both worlds. Because I watched it with my dad, who never read the books, and he didn't like it and was confused by it because the movie skips around a bunch, assuming you read the books. Because a bunch of shit that happens in the movie makes perfect sense if you read the books. The movie was just skipping those parts because they were really long and drawn out and boring and not a lot happens. And it's really just more just like, characters talking to each other for a while. Which is fine if you make the movie really accurate to the books, but the movie was also extremely inaccurate to the books, to the point where pretty much any time they had a scene, it was wrong or out of order. Like, they were having scenes from the second book happen in the middle of the first movie.
Honestly, I think that movie was my first time dealing with an adaptation of something I liked. Just instilling in me, like, don't expect anything from adaptations aside from maybe getting a laugh at how bad it can get.
Yeah, but this was just, like, so objectively awful that I couldn't even laugh. It was just, like, there was no part that I was like, oh my god, this is so bad it's funny. It was just so bad. It just continued being bad the whole time.
I think the nicest thing I can say about it was I thought the casting for the mentor was actually solid. I think that's the nicest thing I could say about that movie.
Okay, yeah, that's fair, actually, yeah. That's fair.
I think that is the only nice thing I can say about the movie. I liked the casting choice for the mentor. I thought the mentor did well. Could have been worse, though, Sneaky. They could have made it a 2-hour movie and decided to go their own way in the same vein as Soul Eater or the original Full Metal Alchemist anime, where they're like, okay, now we're just going to skip to him beating the main villain in the last 20 minutes, but we're still in the first book.
Yes, and so both of those stories, I can understand why they happened the way they happened, because they got too far ahead and beat the manga in terms of pacing, and they were kind of like, fuck, we need to finish up the season, but we don't have anything else to do. So I can kind of get those. While they were very stupid, they still had like a reason for happening. There was no reason for Aragon movie happening the way it happened. There's just no reason, like, at all. And ultimately, I feel like the reason why the Urgles got retconned into really fat men is simply because they didn't have the budget for the movie to have Minotaurs.
I completely forgot Minotaurs were in the first book and they didn't show up in the movie.
Yeah, they retconned the Urgles to be fat men.
Phoenix is trying to claim that Percy Jackson was the worst movie adaptation.
The worst movie?
I don't think
so.
Was
it that bad?
No, I've seen the Percy Jackson movie without having read the books. It's okay.
First movie is fine. Second movie, Sea of Monsters, is really bad.
I forgot there was a second movie, but the first one, I'd say middle schoolers and high schoolers would enjoy it without too much issue.
Right, right, makes sense.
Wait,
I watched both.
Wait, did the second one completely recast the entire the trio?
Basically, yeah.
That's crazy.
I have a vague memory, I think, of seeing a trailer and being like, those aren't the same actors. Oh well. And then banishing it from my memory, apparently.
Well, I mean, did they ever make a third one?
No.
Okay, so then the second movie
They
for
made
Percy
a
Jackson.
TV seasons. They
The
made a
second one
TV
killed
season.
it.
Yeah, the second movie was so bad it killed off the entire idea of a Percy Jackson cinematic universe.
By this logic, Aragon is still the worst because it killed it with the
Still
first
the worst.
one.
Killed it in the first one, yeah, crazy. They left.
Probably
they
honestly probably
finished
killed it in
the
the first
movie
30
on
minutes.
a fucking cliffhanger. They killed the movie on a fucking. They left the first movie on a cliffhanger to be like, oh, get ready for movie 2, and then movie 2 never even got signed.
I did. You know, I forgot there was a cliffhanger because I just didn't give a shit.
The thing, the reason why it was a cliffhanger is because it was the final scene in the movie was 5 chapters into book 2.
Oh, right, because we had book 2 at the time.
Not only
Waiting
did we
on
have
book
book 2,
3.
we were waiting on book 3, yeah.
And then I still think it's awful that went from being a trilogy to a quadrilogy because he was so fucking scatterbrained and wrote himself in such a bad corner he had to make a 4th book.
Yeah.
Because I remember the original.
And on top of
I
that, he
still
also had an
remember.
obsession with closing all of the plot threads.
Oh, you don't
Like,
have to
that's
close
the
the
reason
plot
why the
thread.
book was so long. Is because in the
Oh,
third book, he wanted
wow.
to close every single plot thread.
Yeah, no, you don't have to close every plot thread in your writing. That's a really cool thing about being a writer. You only have to close the important ones. The others can be left open-ended because they probably don't actually fucking matter to closing the story.
The first PJ movie dropped like half of the book plot, killed the setup for the series going forward. Did he close the Angela plot thread? Yeah, he killed her.
I'm sorry, Phoenix, but the movies, the first Percy Jackson, the Lightning Thief, was still fine enough. It was a bad adaptation.
Oh, no. Book 4.
But,
Book 4 was the end of the Aragon series. Book 4 was the
yeah.
hard end. There was no setup for continuation. Now, technically
Yeah.
speaking, yeah, he had Aragon flying north and he was going to go found his own dragon chapter. But it wasn't like, oh, I'm setting up for a new series. It was very much just and then Aragon goes north into the sunset, never to be seen again. And peace return to Iglesia. Literal, like, Fallout ass ending.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
okay.
Phoenix,
So
the movies, the original PJO movies, the first one was a bad adaptation, but it was fine compared to Aragon. The second one was the death knell of it. Like, they tried to redo it with the season TV series, but it's still not going great.
So he has Aragon disappear.
Yeah.
Thereby leaving a plot thread open.
Didn't he bring the series back following Murtaugh? No, I don't think so.
Please tell me no. I still remember how mad I was that, like, I got my hands on the 3rd book eventually and realized that the cover was different from the first 2 because the first 2 were like book 1 of the trilogy, book 2 of the trilogy. And you get the 3rd one. Why is there 5 books? Why are there 5? Okay, wait, no. Okay, World of Aragon. That's not a book. That's probably his version of Silmarillion.
Oh
That's
shit!
a
No,
world
he's
building
right.
book.
There's Murtagh.
Also, that's crazy to learn that Aragon was 2002, Eldest was 2005, and we only waited 3 years for Brissinger. Waiting 3 years for Brissinger felt like waiting forever. I don't know why. Like it was literally 3 years. It was literally 3 years between Aragon and Eldest, but it was also 3 years between Aragon and Brissinger. But everyone treated the 3 years between Eldest and Brissinger like it was a fucking decade. Like fucking G.R.R. Martin was writing this book.
Sneaky, it's because it was the final book, as far as we knew at the time.
And then 3 years later was Inheritance.
So the Australian and Indonesian fans just had Del Toro Quest, and we had Peak.
Right. The Fork, the Witch, and the Worm. No, don't tell me he wrote fan fiction.
Tales from Allegasia. Like,
the one time Infant was here to back me up.
A year after Inheritance.
The one time Toaster Fucker isn't here to back me up about Del Toro Quest. Come on.
That's crazy. He had a chance to release Worm fanfic and he didn't take it.
So apparently, because I'm just reading up on this stuff, the Percy Jackson and the Olympians TV series is going strong.
It's going strong for the fans who aren't fans of the book.
You know, well, I mean, the other thing is that when you're dealing with books, we've all seen this oftentimes in movies, not good enough. You gotta have some length.
Wait, what do you mean Angela's alive again? God fucking damn it.
What do you mean again?
She was implied to have died in Inheritance.
Okay, well, no, it's just the way you said again made me think that she died and come back and died a second time. So this would be her third go round.
To hell and back to hell and back to hell and back into hell again.
So they decided to do 8-episode seasons.
Wait, what do you mean Elva can travel dimensions? What kind of fucking power scaling are we operating on?
You know, for the length of the books, 8 episodes at 30 minutes or 8 episodes at 40 minutes would actually be probably enough to have a somewhat faithful script. Maybe not writing, but script, general dialogue to the books.
What do you mean the set of 5 books? No, you can't just slap Murtagh in there as part of the original series. You cannot publish a book 12 years later and be like, yeah, guys, no, this is definitely part of the series I published back in the early 2000s. No, that's not allowed. You can't just fucking do that.
And yet, here we are.
Oh my god. Oh, he's turned into a progressive. Oh my god.
So the individual episodes apparently run about 32 to 47 minutes long, which includes
The Story of the Witch features Angela the Herbalist, including an autobiographical excerpt written by Angelina Poloni, the real-life inspiration for the character. Okay, so quite literally, he wrote a story in where his wife wrote an autobiography that was then passed off to be written by the character Angela in the story, who he based off of his wife. Power scaling the character to be a multi-dimensional planeswalker.
So that his wife wouldn't die.
Great. Just so that his wife wouldn't die. Yeah. The Worm, in where Aragon is taught a vital lesson about perspective from the native Urgal tribespeople. Oh, okay. Maybe it was based on his sister. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. Maybe it was. I'm not interested enough in his love life or relationships to understand whether it's his sister or his wife.
I mean, if he's from the Deep South, it could be both.
I don't really care.
Sneaky.
Mm.
He was born in LA, California, and raised around Paradise Valley, Montana. That explains the
yeah, that
explains the
explains
new
that.
tendencies.
Yeah, that explains that. This story of Murtaugh shifts from a grand war to a personal journey of redemption and identity. Yeah, keep smirking, you fucking fuck. The important thing is that the series actually followed the plot of the book, so it's coherent rather than the old movies in the 2010s. I mean, yeah, but still, the TV show's a shit show. Because didn't you know that Athena's black?
Annabeth, actually.
I know what I said.
That's fair.
The old movie was coherent from what I remember.
Look, so the problem is if Annabeth is black, then her dad has to be black, but her dad's actually white. So either Athena's black, or her dad is such a deadbeat that Athena, for some reason, chose a random white professor to drop the kid off at.
Athena has to be black because all of her kids look like her, so yeah, you're right, actually.
Yeah, exactly. So, Athena's black. As we all knew, the original Greeks were black from sub-Saharan Africa.
Despite her being described as blonde and blue-eyed, and all of her kids look like her because of the fucking mind melding she does.
Gray-eyed.
Right, gray-eyed.
Yeah.
And all of her kids look like her because of the mind meld, because she can make how they look, and she always makes sure they look like her.
Yep. That way she doesn't stay attached to any of the people that she has kids with. Because she's an intellectual, you see. She just has free-form sex, unlike other people who have relationships and icky feelings.
And it doesn't take 9 months, so who knows how many of the kids are actually fucking died.
True. Aragon completely destroyed any hope of a movie or show after that. PJO didn't do that in the slightest. Yeah, for some reason they also were like, hey, let's make Aragon a 3D side-scroller video game. And it was just like the most dog shit video game ever. Like, it was so bitch basic, you would think they made it today. Oh, Chris
You'd think
Poloni
they made it with Australian
tried...
textiles.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. You guys do that a lot.
Apparently. None
Poloni
of us
tried to write an adult epic science fiction series as well in 2020. Featuring Kiara Navarez, a xenobiologist touched by a mysterious artifact on an uncolonized planet, bonding with her, thrusting humanity into an interstellar war for survival. Kiara Navarez dreams of a simple life, but becomes host to an alien xenomorph. First contact gone wrong. A routine survey mission uncovers a terrifying cosmic threat. And The Fractalverse, a massive space opera that Poloni launches into, which is a prequel to Fractal Noise, his second book. Unlike his series Aragon, this book is for adults, with body horror and grand concepts.
Speaking of horror, does
this
anyone
story
want
tests what it means to be human.
So does anyone want the 3.5 hour long walkthrough full game no commentary I found for Aragon on PS2?
No.
The game's only 3.5 hours long. What the fuck?
Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad. I played it. It was bad. I regret it.
I'm looking at this gameplay. I remember it was on the PS2. This is
Opinions on this story are mixed. Some readers enjoyed the length of the story at 900 pages, while others say it suffers heavily from very predictable plot and slow pacing. It also won the Goodreads Choice Award. Of course it did. It's about a fucking black woman. Storyline was interesting, like where she realized that she created the nightmare that she was trapped in, and that the mall. I don't remember reading some of the book. The ending was not satisfying. Good book was too long. I had a lot of problems with it. It was way too long, and boy does it feel long. I think it really needs to be edited down. The book starts off strong, but it keeps going and going and going. It's not like we haven't seen all of his plot beats before. I don't think we needed to waste the time to read it. Slowly over time, you stop caring about the story. Many of the characters are either massively underdeveloped or too tropey. It's a lot of action, and most of it's well executed, but doesn't ever amount to anything tangible. I felt like I was reading the equivalent of 24 episodes of a sci-fi series summary. Ooh. I found the ending deeply unsatisfying. At that point, the book was just going through the motions at high speed, none of it resonating. Especially the I'm a space station now, so here's a gift giving ceremony. Wait, no, I'm going to turn into the ship and go after the mall. See you all later. So wait, the empowered girl boss turns into a spaceship because of an alien artifact?
Apparently.
What? I'm just. You know what? I think I'm good. No, I think I'm good. I think we're done here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're done here. We're just gonna. Yeah. All right.